j'avais ma Shinji. It's time to do a few more quests. Good stuff. Cold in the room. Not good. What am I doing? Okay. Do you have a number of Satali books I can farm today? That is true. But honestly, it might behoove me to go get Lanyan books first and foremost, because among other things I will get a few Satali books from just going around and opening chests with the world quests. At least I should. You never know. And here right now, so first and foremost, we go and blow up enemies for dailies. That's simple. Also, I do have the totem pole and main supply notice, and it also means bounties, which is exciting. So again, do want to try to get at least some more flint ore for Traveler next patch. Though of course we don't technically know yet what will specifically be required for. Oh. And it's actually doing pretty well at taking down the towers. That's really nice. Okay, and we didn't even use all of our Nightsoul. So as long as I place the Auron burst in the right location, that works pretty darn well. Wow. Okay. Could do... Probably want to do this last, just so I'm right by the statue to heal. Oh, doing this one without Kinich. It's an interesting prospect, I suppose. Yeah. Hello there. Yup. Whoa, hello. Did this already. But again, it is interesting. I'm not sure why, but it seems as if I don't have access, or at least there aren't any commissions in. Oh, this general area. It is interesting. Do have to wonder why that is specifically. So I wonder where the boss fight next patch is going to have its entrance in world. I'd honestly like to compare it before and after. See what's actually going on with it. Maybe. Hello there. So I'm pretty sure the hot air balloon from Chasca's quest should be gone now. Okay. I don't know where these all are. Guess I could use a Yumkasaur, but honestly, it could be cool to try using the other abilities I've got access to right now to get the packages. It's reasonable. Yeah. Just fly over here and then transmit the Nightsoul. That is a great jump. Okay. Okay. Oh, well, not if we can't get around that branch. Last one is right down there. Thank you. It'd be funny if that plunge was off and just sent me all the way down. Thankfully it didn't. Okay. Here's the last few. Cool. That's easy, except the glide had me get a bit more distance than I would have expected. Okay. I do wonder, how much reputation I'll end up getting this patch for the two, because I missed the first couple of weeks, because I was waiting to do Chasca's World Quest, which actually unlocked reputation missions for Flower Feather, but, do also have two very short, presumably, Tribal Chronicle quest for Night-Wind. So the final will be, I imagine, Satali. See what happens. Okay. Yeah, because again, I imagine that the Tribal Chronicle is going to finish out with... I mean, Pilgrim's Chronicle. It'd be Satali and... Well, actually... Based on the order these came in, this should be Satali. This might be... Maybe... Varesa or whoever. This should be, I imagine, Ochkanatlan. This will be the Volcanoes World Quest. See what happens. Come on. I did not mean to do that like that. Okay, and I... Okay. Oops. I was not expecting to get stun-locked in the way I did. Well, okay. The AoE on Orone's Hyper Sense is really nice, though I will say it is interesting that you simply cannot boost its damage by leveling. It's a bit like Emily's big AoE in that way. Whatever that was called. Alright. I think we got all of that, but honestly I've got so many whistles I really don't need to be too concerned, even. Main thing is, of course, 3 characters to level next patch in Wanyan, Satali, and Malvika. The question is, of course, whether Satali is back half or is simul released with Malvika in the first half. See what happens. Okay. And get that, so we can use this immediately, not wasting too many particles. And here we are. Cool. And it's another shot. And let's go for the... Oh, well, that's going to be kind of wasted. Not bad. Come on. And... Well, is this going to work? Let's get those particles going. That's got you taunted. You're actually going to get him close, or what? Well, too far away now. That's okay. And you even got that back. Good as an opportunity as any to just heal up real quick. Have fun. Cool. We need 10 more levels for max. No, I didn't get any more, right? Oh, goodness. So this, then, I suppose... Maybe a couple domain runs? Maybe. Let's save those for the end. Maybe. Depending on what my resin math is. Right. It's 6 already, and it's not even half patch. Should be good. There we go. 4, yeah, so I'll wait until I have enough for a 5th run. Guess I could do bounties and such for Chasca Tribe. I think we could get to level 2 now. It's nice. Inspiration's a bit tough. Not sure how many of those quests I'll get into in this patch. Bounties, northwestern mountainous area of the Amayako. Okay, invulnerability to antidote Dendro res decrease, so that's Kinich. Eastern lowlands of Wheatsley Hill, Hydro res decreased. And Pyro res decreased. Basic standards. Vulnerability to Cryo. Oh, this is a new one, right? Because it's Ictomisaurus Cryo Crystal. These cages, yeah, though the masters of the Night-Wind support creative storytelling freedom, even made-up stories must meet certain basic standards. At the very least, people should have to qualify as storytellers before they go about telling them. Stands to reason, therefore, that fringe story-weaving societies that violate this rule must be shut down. In this case, the particular group in question have made their base over near Tezcatepetonco Range. Seriously, if you saw what they've been weaving on their scrolls, you'd be as horrified as I am. Not only have they made the outlandish claim that the Pyro Dragon Sovereign Shiokoata was female, but they've even gone a step further, insinuating that she and the mighty Shivalanke shipping. It all sounds pretty amusing, but I think we can all agree that we'd be able to run if someone could get them to go keep a slightly lower profile for now. So this is literally just beating them up for being shippers. That's actually hilarious. 10, wow. It's actually a lot. Okay. Quinapa, we have plenty to spare. Withering Purple Bloom. Oh, that's only 5, so they're actually... Yeah, they need fewer ones that are actually specialties. Okay. Then... So we'll go do our bounties. Oh, over here. Interesting. Huh. Also, Osaka. Presumably he's pointing the camera at the island over there. Observe. Well, maybe I'll actually do that one today. By the way, this one is... Pyro Res decreased. Don't really have any characters who use Pyro yet. We don't have Mavica or Pyro Trav. So I guess this is an opportunity to make use of Kinich. Sure. Well, we should switch the team around. Which one am I willing to part with? This one, sure. So... the way this works is, well, Dia is in there. Dia, Emily, then Bennett. Yeah. Good enough. Oh, but right, Emily does not have deathmatch on her right now because I gave it back to Jean for theater. Okay. Should be good. Go with Perilous, not that it's that bad. Hello there. Cool. And just like that. And come on. Thank you, and shoot. Ooh, let's see how much... Ooh, we have some issues, and that will kill. Or not. It's getting close. Let's let Emily handle that. Sure, yeah, there we go. I'll take it. She did not get that back, though. So, now we have the one that is Hydro Res decreased. Send Milani at that one. Right. This team. Still have Dia on it, actually. Milani. Shilanen. Sucrose. And then... Dia. Then Dia. Okay. Koka. Wow, that buff is actually garbage. Thankfully, I think enough time will pass. Depending on how much time I use between now and when I start. Oh, well, we got water there. That's actually really, really bad. Yeah, I should... Oh, make at least a day pass. Get rid of the rain. Cool. Oh, someone wants to join. Fortunately, not sure that's... You know what? Why not? What do they need? As long as they're willing to stay in areas that I'm not paying attention to. Hello. Hello! You are on stream, by the way. Smile for the camera. Oh, they said hi. Do you need anything? Tweech. Do you need help or specialties? You just chilling? It is what it is. That would be great. Okay, what do you want to farm? Yeah, the double friendship co-op grind is... okay. Oh, not the scary Tartaglia emote. Let's see. What kind of team you want to run? Okay. Let me see how strong that Chasca is. Okay, you don't have it out yet. Oh wait, those are big cons. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. Yeah, what kind of team? What kind of team do they want to run? It's kind of crazy. Okay. What kind of team I can support with Bennett and Fiorina for your Chasca? There we go. Oh my... What? Wait, what? What specifically are... Are we just playing Echo? That's funny. How are you doing? I'm helping people do domain runs at their request. It's fun stuff. They wanted double friendship. Meaning... Oh, goodness. I guess we are. Guess that's the situation we've got ourselves in. Yeah, if you want domain help... I don't know, I guess we could have another person or something. You could quadruple... Because they want to do this so they can double the experience they get. By way of... Oh, goodness. Doing in co-op because they're just trying to level Chasca and Auron's friendship. How are you doing? Okay, that's right. I need to start it. I may be stupid. Okay, cool. And go ahead, get in the circle, please. Okay, they are in the circle, I just couldn't see. So, well, I'm glad you're doing well. That is reassuring as usual. Okay. Luckily, do have them for a bit of healing. It's doing okay. Yeah, the damage bonus you get from... Oh, goodness. Co-op versus... Oh, nice. So, who in particular are you trying to level or make stronger right now? Anyone in particular? Wait, Oh, I don't need rewards, do I? Long time since I ever did co-op on my side. Don't really need rewards right now. Okay, I guess we're just gonna restart this. Ah, fair. Is this our bit? I guess this is our new bit. Okay, yeah. One more time is good. Yeah, I don't think they're actually looking right now. I mentioned that we were on candid camera, but... So what? Okay, they're just gonna use Chasca and Auron again, so that means Fiorina and Bennett again. Yeah. So I was just going through dailies. As in for artifacts, or for boss drops, or... Like I said, once you can get to world level 9, that will make things really, really nice. Just because it guarantees more drops. Okay, come on. And... There we go. Buff up. Oh, fair. Like I said, once you get the ability to... Oh, goodness. Once you can use the artifact printer, that will really, really help things. Plainly. But of course, it's not easy, necessarily. And there we go. One more run. Yay, okay. Do you need anything? Oh, that's fun. Any particular ornaments that you're proud of, or? So I guess that was the one other run they needed. They were just trying to see who'd be willing to run domains with them. Okay. Anything else? Happy to help. Have a pleasant evening. No, not really. I enjoy suffering all by myself, except Playing Lego Fortnite with followers tomorrow if you want in. That upsell. Oh, that's cute. So, what are they like specifically? Just standard Christmas shapes? Or... Every now and then, I think there were a few college and school ornaments that we ended up getting eventually. But, you know, it's been about a year since I last saw them anyway. Fair choice. Which one? Okay, I'm not sure I actually got the Orchard of Paradisa quest. One of the co-op chests. Oh goodness. I'm not sure I did the... Wait, actually... I have an idea. Wait a sec. Puppy Man, are you available to hop on? Because as you may or may not know, there is a chest in Sumeru in the Orchard of Paradisa that needs 3 people for it. Meaning that if I could get just one person in, just one person, it would work. Wait, where are you going? Oh, that... Dang it! That's right. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Well, one day, far in the future. So they're going over to get that one. Years old? Or kidding, kidding. I think they're going to get one that I think I've already gotten. Saw that coming. Wanted to do the 3-player chest in Sumeru. But I did not have a 3rd person ready. Tragedy of the world. How is that? Eventually, you're gonna be on Medicare relatively soon, right? How does that feel? Okay. So maybe... Frozen time. Yeah, frozen time works. Yeah, Paradisa. Oh, today was 54. That's nice. That's fun. Well... Once I actually get a 3rd person, we can save it for another day. Just means you have to come back later. There we go. Oh, which one? I wonder what they're looking at. Oh, 49er. I think I mentioned that I used to live in San Fran. Which is silly expensive. Oh, oranges? Oh, yeah, I think, because I always pick up everything. Go ahead, oranges chest. Yeah, got the oranges chest. This is sad. It is what it is. We tried so hard. And got so far. But in the end, it didn't even matter. Oops. Epic Linkin Park fan moment. Well, in that case, where are they going now? Are they trying to look for another chest in the water body? ASMR stream where I just recite Linkin Park lyrics in spoken word? I guess it's an idea. You know, I guess that could work, but quite frankly, at that point, I just want to do a 2000s emo/alt-rock music karaoke stream. That wouldn't be bad. The one thing is that the one thing I can't do is rap. And that's part of the reason I postponed it so long, is just, I feel like I need a rap, or at least bully someone I can reach in person to just come on and do the rap. It's not that, I can speak quickly, but it's the tone of voice that's tough for me. Yeah, they keep looking for hidden, hard-to-find chests. It's just every single one already grabbed. Yeah, I do try to be pretty thorough. It is what it is. All I can think is... I guess we're just chilling. Either way... It's okay. I was about to do the new 5.2 World Quest. Well, what I mean is that even the ones that are really, really annoying to find, I usually tend to poke around and find, which means that to find something not already there is a bit of a tall order. It is what it is. Let's see. Either way. So what... I'm not sure we ever discussed. What is your personal music taste like? Most likely, I did use the compass. Let me see. Oh, yeah, using Chasca Flood in here. It's real nice. Oh, did they find one? That's fair. I think that's true of a lot of people, though. Having a limited music taste is really no fun. Oh, that's a fun combination. I like a lot of... This is a really weird option for me, or anyone really, but my dad, if you've ever heard of Jet Set Radio Future, there's a guy named Naganuma Hideki who did the musical composition for a lot of Sega games in the late 90s, early 2000s. And my dad actually played the soundtrack of one of those games in the car a lot when I was young. So he raised me on video game OSTs. In other words, I was doomed from the start. It never even began for me. But it's really nice music, and it's sort of UK-styled hip-hop, very sample-heavy. Just one? Only one. Interesting. I wonder what the French have to say about that. Either way, where are they? Where'd they go? Voila. Who's a buy? Well, I'm not sure I know. But let's keep on going. What am I doing here? Oh my goodness. We are... Yo, I don't want to do any evictions. Okay. We successfully satisfied the customer. Don't worry. Drop a follow and it's all good. Oh well. Barbara Pravi. Not heard of her. Should check her out. Oh. I actually told them right at the start, before you popped in. As soon as they popped in, I was just sort of, thank you for the follow, thank you. And that's 201. Oh well. Like I said, the Tartaglia roleplay is very, very fun. There is a fan Discord if you have any interest. It's where I post schedules and organize any kind of community stuff. Since we are at 200 now, which means I do feel obligated to do a karaoke soon, actually. Though what it is, I don't know. Uh-oh. No comment. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I'm just doing bounties right now and then moving on to the World Quest. Because I do still have to do 5.2's Ochkanatlan World Quest. That's the big one. Our number over here in Flower Feather that... Oh, does have its own chain, but we'll deal with that. Getting Reputation this batch is not going to go as far as I like. It is what it is. Because, like I said, the first 2 weeks kind of got messed up by way of not having Chasca's Quest done, and therefore not being able to actually access the Totem Pole. See what happens. Okay, time for the Rift Hound, and okay, come on. Yeah, that's very respectable. Whenever I say I like a specific kind of music, It's not exclusive, you know? I'll listen to anything as long as it's of sufficient quality. Well, I guess you could say that about a lot of people. How much damage are we gonna deal here? And, oh my goodness, even without a Vaporize, that just nuked. I really gotta say, Milani is a lot of fun. And I do find it interesting that they quite literally balanced her around having a clunky kit. But it does make it feel bad when the big bites just miss. This one, Gentle Res Decrease. This one we do with Keenach. It's been about, a month and a half, because the last time I actually did Reputation was right at the start of 5.1 to finish out Shionen's Tribe, finish out Children of Echoes, and then it was just done. Okay, let's switch back in our Keenach party. I do wonder when they're going to put an Inazuma Chronicle banner out. Just given the fact that, oh goodness. Given the fact that most of the characters I still don't have, 4 out of 6 of the characters I don't have, which, honestly, it is kind of crazy that there are only 6 characters I don't have yet. But the fact that 4 out of 6 of them are Inazuma, because that's Niu, Kui, and the rest are all Inazuma, Ayato, Ayaka, Ito, and Kokami. Though, of course, it's a question of... That's fair, but it's really just a matter of saving up over time and... Well, for lack of a better term, you know, dropping a little bit every now and then, if you want. But that said, it's really a matter of... As long as you can get the characters you like, it's good. Unless you're going to do Visionary mode and Imaginarium Theater, there's really nothing you need crazy amounts of characters for. It's just... I like being able to play with pretty much every character available, because that's how I like playing the game. But that's not how most people play the game. Meaning that I would not expect other people to engage with the game in the same way I do, because, quite frankly, a lot of it has to do with wanting to make things interesting for stream. And part of that means having more characters to use, play with their kits, and just show different things off. And now we've got level 2 in Chasca Story. Oh, goodness. And how many of them are just saying, so-and-so started streaming? How many of them are me? I don't mean that in a jealous way. I mean that in a curious way. Don't worry. I would never, ever, ever... Yeah, exactly. Every now and then, I wonder if it gets annoying sometimes, but legitimately, every now and then someone will say something that insinuates that they feel obligated to watch, and I always just say, please do not feel obligated to watch, please. Please do not feel obligated. Just sing your heart out. I do find it really amusing, honestly, that we get so many... Because imagine we'll get one for each tribe, and all of these recipes are really just trophies. They're 4-star recipes that have a tiny, negligible healing effect. That said, that would arguably make them good for just triggering something like Marchasse, but frankly, that's also copium. That said, there is one other quest I want to do before I actually get started with a world quest, and that's seeing what is actually going on with Night-Wind and their Tribal Chronicle. Because none of the Tribal Chronicles before the 3rd section are ever all that long. That said, Chasca's did have a sort of weirder distribution. The first part of the 3-part Tribal Chronicle was much longer than it usually is, because for, People of the Springs, Signs of the Canopy, and Children of Echoes, the first part of the 3-part Chronicle was barely a quest at all. It was talk to an NPC, fight a monster. There was a little obstacle course and then a little flashback to Enjo for Signs of the Canopy, but even that was still pretty short. It was a nominal quest. But for Chasca's, it was a bit more evenly distributed, considering that I guess they expect you to basically hop right in, given that it was gated behind beating 5.1 Archon Quest. So if you're, up-to-date enough on the game that you're regularly beating content as it comes out in the patch it's coming out, you're not gonna have anything like KOG Games? I'm not familiar. Who's KOG Games? Like the fact that Children of Echoes was not entirely accessible in 5.0 because the 3rd part released in 5.1 was Shionen, and for Signs of the Canopy it released with the back half of the patch with Keenach, but still. One of the interesting things Elsword. I haven't heard that name in a long, long time. To be frank, I haven't heard about a lot of MMOs in general in a long, long time. Except for all the people who nagged me to play Final Fantasy XIV. One day, one day. Okay, so the hot air balloon base from Chasca's quest is completely gone, and oh, that's interesting. So this is basically just a sheer heat area. So everyone takes damage in it, unless you're inhabiting a Qucusaurus or just being Chasca. Just straight up environmental damage immunity is amusing. I want to play it. It's quite plainly just a matter of time. Especially since I do imagine that doing raids with followers would become an eventual possibility and a very fun one at that too. But it's literally just, so long as I have gainful employment, it's kind of difficult. You know, one day I'll be unemployed again. And I'll finally be able to play 14. Sometime in the future. Okay, right. So we started this automatically when we activated the statue of the 7. What are the statues of the 7 in? Oh, in Nightland have honestly been gated behind some kind of quest, because when you first come through here, you're blocked off by the little buddy quest. It does make me wonder when they eventually, I imagine, add, oh, this mountain around here, and you can get into Nightland outside of this little choke point, how they'll be able to force you to get the little buddy or not. FFL19? That... Looked up Final Fantasy LXIX, and all I see are weird music remixes on SoundCloud. Oh, but that's... Oh, the Roman... Nice, nice. Yeah, the Final Fantasy Roman numeral 69. Okay. Okay, I actually didn't notice the L originally. It has been a long time since I did anything with Roman numerals. But one of these days, I'm gonna have to play through all the Final Fantasy games in order. Sort of release order, maybe. Because I don't imagine I'd want to have to go straight to the 7 remakes after I got done with the OG 7. But the 7 remakes look really, really good. And as someone who hasn't actually played them, my ability to make real verdicts is limited. But I do like... You know, some people I know whose opinions I don't trust say it was stupid. People I know whose opinions I do trust said it was really cool. The fact that it's not doing a bit-by-bit music channel. What is? Oh, for the Final Fantasy 69? Like I said. The fact that it's not trying to be an exact replica of 7, but is instead trying to do its own thing with a reference to the original. Some people were saying that is a possibility for how Sonic could handle... Oh, right, yeah, there is. For music discussion. The idea that if there was an actual official 06 remake, that it could take a similar approach to the Final Fantasy 7 remakes, and be a sort of response to the original 06 that doesn't erase it, but instead sort of recapitulates it. Let me see. Okay, I'm frightened. What did he say? That's a good song. Though, and you may get infuriated at me, whenever I see that, there was a version of Mozart's Lacrimosa in the 2006 Fate anime, and I apologize, but that is what I think about whenever I see... Also, if I recall correctly, there was some Minecraft... I think it was Minecraft Man Save. It was the opposite of those Minecraft manhunts. This was years ago, back when Minecraft manhunts were popular. But it was basically prevent someone from killing themselves in Minecraft. And it was mostly a matter of they try to drown themselves while everyone else uses sponges to get rid of the water. But near the end of the video, they put on Lacrimosa. Those are the two things I think of. Mozart is probably spinning in his grave right now. After hopping across a baby Ictomosaurus, some serious presence guides you into the Masters of the Night-Wind settlement. Because we came to the statue, a little baby Ictomosaur popped out, and it put us in a dream realm with a giant Ictomosaur. So let's just do these 2 little quests real quick, and then get started on world quests. What I think I could manage would be... There are 3 objectives for making the Great Night Spirit graffiti around here happy. One of them is clearing up fog, and I know that couple of the areas around here. It's 2 areas with fog. There's something in this cave, and then this island. A new song in? Maybe. I'll figure out something in the after hours. I guess I could. Guess I could. Let's see. This is a song I like. Sure. This is a 2000s... oh, then you put another in. Well, I feel obligated to punch something in. This is a good song. It's... oh, 2010s indie music. So, some of the... a little bit of modern music I like these days is... oh, graffiti on the wall is glowing. Master of Night-Wind, by the looks at Master of Nightlife too. Oh, so once we get that started, there's actually a little bit of dog. We're just going through the settlement from the statue. But 2010's indie, especially for whatever reason Canadian indie, is something I do heavily enjoy. Have you ever heard of Mac DeMarco and Homeshake? And Homeshake is a guy who was actually Mac's touring guitarist. And Mac DeMarco, his biggest song is probably Chamber of Reflection. I actually sang it for a little school function some years ago, back when I was in high school, actually. Wonder if we're allowed in here. Oh, and that makes the door open up. Oh, the door open all by itself, taking that as a yes. Oh, the Tomisaur from earlier, it's really here. That's the big one. It's one who summoned us. Sort of an owl bat. Let's go introduce ourselves. And how big is... yeah, this one does seem noticeably larger. Whether, just kind of like how Chasca's mom, Qucusaurus, was a bit grayer than the other. Strange Ictomisaurus. Okay, probably doesn't understand what we're saying. Doesn't look like any cogs are turning in there. Didn't think they were mechanical. Exclamation. I'm sorry, no offense intended. You there? You dare disrespect our elder? Oh. Tomisaurus elder. Not the strange Ictomisaurus. Oh, you mean I see. Sorry, my mistake. Apparently you were here by invitation, which means it's my job to make you feel welcome. Invitation of the Ictomisaur. So this, it's not Mahamba, just a big one. Let me see. There's another Mozart song, and... see. Oh, okay. There are some other people in the server who have talked about BG3. It's just... it makes me annoyed every now and then, just... it's nice how many good games come out every year. Whenever anyone says that the state of the industry is awful, it's because they only play, quite frankly, COD, or Battlefield, etc. Yeah, you know, no hate to people who play COD and FIFA, but those games are pretty much the same every time by design. You know, if you look past yearly release games, you get some pretty nice stuff, but it's just... BG3 is fun, of course. Final Fantasy XIV is good and has always been good, but it's just... oh my goodness. I hardly have enough time for this itself. Some introductions for an order. I'm Kahoa, one of the priests of our tribe, High Priest. The story Tomisaur Elder, the great Tlapopoktistetl. Living totem among the masters of the known, a living totem. Oh, that's quite a tongue twister. Yeah, truth we usually go with Elder Tlapo. Tlapo-sama, Lord Tlapo for short. You're welcome to do the same. We're invited in a very unusual way. I assume you're referring to our elder's special ability to draw people into dreams, presumably. Oh, that's fun. That reminds me of how, for a lot of, generally tend to be sort of Bishoujo games where, you know, the focus was on, you know, the various girls, for lack of a better term, but oftentimes there were games that would have image songs where the voice actors, or generally actresses, would sing a song in character for their character. And generally, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't show up in the game itself, but be released alongside it. I know that one of the Fate spin-off games did that. They had songs for a few of the antagonist characters. Elder Twapo has been alive for many centuries and harbors secrets that even we priests are at a loss to explain, so your reaction is entirely natural. One thing I can say for sure is that Elder Twapo has appointed... Oh! A boss battle, or a normal one, or... It's appointed that... I assume it to be important. The two of you an extremely important task, but there's a reason I would like to ask you to undergo a test. Oh, interesting. Against... who in particular? What sort of test and what kind of test? I don't mind spoilers. If it's alright with you, I'll take you to see our chief, who's in a much better position to answer your questions. Through that mirror, I believe. I'm okay, sure. Very well, then please follow me. Yep, we're gonna use that teleport mirror as if I haven't done it before. Oh, Raphael boss battle. Okay. Use the scroll to go directly to the obsidian altar where the chief is. Have you heard of Ace Combat? A guy I knew back in college really wanted me to try Ace Combat 0 in particular. And its final boss theme is really, really good. Don't worry, it's just one of the many mystical abilities we're trying. Basically, not without getting into too many spoilers. They have a flamenco composition, an original flamenco composition as the final boss theme. And what's really funny is that Eula's trailer theme, by way of also being flamenco, sounds vaguely similar because to someone who doesn't hear flamenco a lot, every flamenco song is gonna sound a little bit like every other. But some people made jokes about that song from Ace Combat in the trailer for Eula. I mean, in the comments for the video of Eula's trailer theme. Okay. We will use this mirror. Okay, you can use the scroll to go directly to the obsidian altar where the chief is. Don't worry, it's just one of the many mystical abilities we're trying, but it's not a mirror, it's a scroll. What's interesting is that I know that in one of the pre-release mini guides that Mahoya themselves put out, I believe they referred to this as a mirror. The way we've been here before. Go to the obsidian altar, sacrificial altar of enigmatical land. Hello. Oh, they're wildly gesticulating. Good for them. Alright. I actually, not often, I have literally only watched 3 Fate shows. Oh, the English dubs of Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo. And 1 episode of One Punch Man. It is honestly pretty hard for me to sit down and watch stuff. I read a decent amount of manga, quote unquote. The main thing is that I'm keeping track with Chainsaw Man Part 2 as it's been releasing, and that's been really good. What was that just now? One of the routine duties of a priest, we attempt to contact the spirits of our ancestors, seek epiphanies from revelations. But I do try to stay updated on relevant things, even if I don't have the time to watch it myself. It is fun to hear about, for example, people being disappointed by the endings of MHA and Jujutsu Kaisen. Frankly, it is amusing in the worst possible way to see sort of all the new generation big 3 generally sort of fail to stick the landing, or the ending. The chief is just over there, the giant guy. Please wait here, we'll have a word with him, I'll just be a moment. Oh? Well, the masters of the Night-Wind are definitely living up to their reputation as the mysterious ones. Stand up, giant guy. Fair. Goku and... The big thing is that I read parts 1 through 8 of JoJo, and frankly, people seem more impressed sometimes by reading than watching, but part of the reason I read it instead of watched it is that it took less time. I know that Part 9 is coming out right now, but I honestly want to wait until it concludes and then just read it all the way through. That's more or less what I did with Part 8. That I tried to keep track with it, about halfway through, but then I got busy and was just sort of, okay, I'll wait till it finishes and then read it, and then that's what I did. But that's fair. And I know we've talked about this before, but a lot of it is... The secret of power scaling is not taking things too seriously. It's... You always have to put on the just kidding star. Alright, I've told the chief while we're here, and now I may speak with him right this way. Okay. Biron, so you two are the appointed ones. I'm Chief Biron. Welcome and thank you for your patience. I remember when there were weeks for this patch, and I specifically commented on just there being a couple of just literal giants in people. Master of the Night-Wind. Yeah, exactly. So tall. Usually so, yes, I'm aware, but I assure you it's no cause for alarm. I think we mentioned this before, but one of the fundamental assumptions that has to be made for power scaling is just, in economic terms, monotonicity. Sort of that power can be evenly measured and that a higher power level will always beat a lower. And it ignores a lot of things like sort of individual matchups and affinities. If he won't even kill Beerus, well, to be fair, it's not like he could. But one of the things I really do like about Fate is just the fact that its power scaling is not really monotonic, and it has a lot to do with individual character affinities and character behaviors and personalities. Not just the fact that characters of specific weakness that even weaker characters, quote-unquote, can usually exploit. That is a fun part of it, too. Should we show you something aware, but I assure you it's no cause for alarm. Oh, no, of course not. Sorry, Palm. I just react without thinking. What's this about us being appointed? Oh, Persona 5. The original version or the royal one? Yes, Home told me about that. As outsiders to our tribe, this is probably the first you've heard of such appointments. Sure, the whole thing seems very confusing. Oh, nice. I want to try it eventually, but honestly, I kind of feel weird about it because it's been 6 years since I was a high schooler. It'd feel like going back to high school in a weird kind of way, honestly. I definitely want to try. I do want to play it eventually, but what I really want to try is, I'm sure you've heard of Metaphor, Ray Fantasia, right? Oh, nice. How's it been? Okay. Throughout our history, only members of the Master of the Night-Wind have been appointed to undertake these tasks. It's the first time an outsider has ever been chosen. Really? And what task is that? Well, may to explain, our tribe is an old tradition of recording history in the form of woven scrolls. Oh, yeah. I guess the question is sort of, okay, good memories or bad memories. It's not like I didn't have fun in high school, but it was really, really stressful. Oh, goodness. Honestly, that's part of why I don't want to go back. That was a big part of the stress. You know, fair enough. I'm sure you've heard about the discourse. No need to do it again. Not just our own history, record the legends and heroic feats of all other tribes as well. You know, for better or worse, quite frankly, if I recall correctly, out of me and all my boys, I feel like I was the only one who didn't have some funny crush on a teacher. All the others as well, right, because they were deep in the Night Kingdom. It is a tradition we have observed for many centuries. We treat it as a solemn duty. However, when a major event occurs that affects all of Natlan, we record it on a different kind of scroll, used for this exact purpose. Oh, so I imagine it's to do with the recent battle, and since we were involved so heavily, they want us. These scrolls can only be woven by someone of the Iktomisor Elders' choosing. The Iktomisor Elders, since there's a major change in the ley lines, will issue a formal declaration to appoint a creator for this scroll. What do you mean? Other Twampo since the ley line changed quite some time ago, but had not yet designated the scroll weavers until you arrived. So it might not actually be the war if it was a long time ago. But I imagine it's because the ley line change was related to our arrival. Okay, but just so you're aware, we don't know the first thing about weaving scrolls. Well, actually, that is presumably why Satwali is going to get involved in the third part of the Tribal Chronicle next patch. As a matter of fact, that does not surprise me at all. How come? In the 200 years that Elder Twampo has held this position, none of the opponent ones have ever been experienced scroll weavers. So in 200 years, major historical events have gone unrecorded, no, it means they've gotten help. No, they all submitted scrolls intended, each of them claimed it was not their own work, but a gift from the spirits. You know, I respect it. How do you feel about Satwali and Farazan? Man, this tribe gets more mysterious by the second. So, well, that is the part that troubles me, the notion that we have to rely on esoteric things like gifts from the spirits to record historical events of such great importance, it is unsettling. Honestly, that reminds me a bit of the Fire Feather clans deal with wanting to sort of replace Qucusaurs with jetpacks in their Tribal Chronicle. Why is Paimon sparkling? Oh, that's pretty surprising here, coming from the chief of this tribe. I can imagine you probably see the Master of the Night-Wind as a people shrouded in mystery. We pride ourselves on our arcane practices. But I'm something of an exception. I may be the chief, but when it comes to our traditions, I'm in fact a proponent of change and reform. I've dedicated my energies to deciphering the many mysteries of our tribe. Well, if they have dementia, I think that's kind of the hard cutoff. Among other things, it kind of becomes an ethical question. I'm choosing deciphering the many mysteries of our tribe, and doing so, I hope to establish clearer rules that will help sustain our traditions in the future. Well, that sounds great, so have you figured out the mystery of the gift from the spirits? Sadly not. It is something I've been investigating for a long time, but I've yet to uncover what this gift truly refers to. So I think they're trying to sort of contrast Biram with Alpa, the antagonist from Chasca's quest, in the matter of both of them want progress, but the difference is that Alpa wants to totally make a complete break from the past, totally destroy the past, and crosses a bunch of ethical lines, whereas Biram wants sort of more reform that respects what already exists. It's very interesting. That's fair. Well, it is kind of... In a way, you're kind of reversing the half your age plus 7 rule, right? Sort of subtract 7 and then double it. And that's how far you're willing to go. Something I've been investigating for a long time, but I've yet to uncover what this gift truly refers to. Only a small handful of events over the years have been recorded on these special scrolls with decades between each one. A handful. By the time next scroll weaver is appointed, my time as chief will be long gone. Will not be in a position to investigate as thoroughly. No. Subtract 7 from your age and then double it. Because I believe it was on How I Met Your Mother. But it's the joke of the rule of sort of the age gap rule is... Oh, divide your age in half and add 7, and that's the lowest you can go before it becomes creepy. Of course, it's not really a hard and fast rule, and it literally came from a TV show, but a lot of people tend to like that. So, while I haven't yet gotten to the bottom of the matter, I've made some progress. Oh, did not mean to skip that. But the only way I can develop my theories further is through the cooperation of the appointed ones, and that's why you want to put us through this test. Precisely, it's nothing to be worried about, simply a means of validating my current hypothesis. It shouldn't take you long, nor will it put you in any danger. Right, so what is involved exactly? I can explain everything in detail when we get to the site of the test. First, please wait a moment while I change out of this soul-shielding cloak. This garb is one of our important cultural relics handed down by generations of chiefs. It's only been worn when conducting certain ceremonies, or whatever they did that make the fire grow big. Oh, okay. That's fair. So, in other words, you're willing to make an exception. Just sort of further your hunting abilities. Back when, in college, when I was still in choir, when we got done with tours, we would jokingly do sort of superlatives and awards at the end. And for whatever reason... And one of the superlatives was robbing the grave, which is, of course, flirt with an old lady or whatever. And even though I had done absolutely nothing of the sort, someone jokingly said, something, Gilf Hunter, my name, when they had to nominate me. And I was just sort of, okay, what is going on? What does that have to do with anything? And of course it had nothing to do with anything. It was just a joke. But all I could think of when he mentioned that before was just that incident. Not really an incident, just maybe an anecdote at most. Oh... Biram removes his cloak and carefully hands it to a priest for safekeeping. Now he stands up and, please come with me. And this man is 9 feet tall. Wonder how much food he must need. Because that's the thing with any kind of just giants. That as you get bigger, you need comically inefficient amounts of food to survive. You see the scroll, if you touch it, will enter a hidden space. Its test is quite simply to find a way to escape that space, that's it. Yeah, exactly. For every hot person, there's someone who's absolutely sick of their garbage. Assure you it's not as easy as it sounds. If you can't find your way out, I will of course intervene to bring you back here. Then we'll be no closer to solving this mystery, and we'll give it a try. So we touch the scroll to begin the test. Oh, so I saw this scroll before, I just... did not actually go in here. Enter the testing grounds. May begin whenever you're ready. I believe there was one of those scrolls over around here by some Yunkasaurs that took me somewhere in Ochkanatlan with a cryo-web manifestation. Actually, I want to go back there and fight it. I turned away because I didn't want to end up doing any kind of quest. But, okay, this is some kind of domain. Interesting. So what you're saying is you like Arlecchino. Respectable. Well, we really did get teleported, but where's the way out? It seems like this place is completely sealed off. Doesn't look like there's an exit anywhere. Let's take a look around and see what we can find. Oh, so clearly we're gonna have to use Ictomosaurus abilities, I imagine. What I do find interesting is... Oh, and I'm sure you have your own opinions on this. But it's... Whenever there's sort of ether shipping discourse in the community, it's always interesting to see how people sort of describe when it's portrayed. As in particular, one thing I always see is, and this is a legitimate criticism, where a lot of the way it's generally portrayed tends to sort of get rid of the personality traits that make a lot of the characters interesting pairings and or just compelling in the first place. Because it's sort of... Oh, goodness. A lot of the sort of, they pair some gal with Ether, and usually they end up sort of reducing her personality sometimes. In the worst case, just sort of generic, for lack of a better term, kind of waifu character. Where it's... And I've seen people say in counterpoint, it's not inherently bad, but it's a matter of respecting their personality and understanding what the actual dynamic would be. Because, for example, you imagine I don't know, an Ether Arlecchino pairing, for example, just because it comes to mind. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, I suppose, but you have to take into account the fact that Arlecchino is, kind of an emotionally stunted, violent, traumatized character. She would not be taking a submissive role in that relationship. But I think what a lot of the discourse has, and this is sort of the sword of Damocles hanging over, is the assumption that any kind of heterosexual relationship sort of inherently demeans women. Oh, nice! I think you mentioned that before. The idea that... Yeah. And one thing I think about is, because one of the pairs I like, it's kind of a rare pair, is Kaza and Beto. I like their dynamic a lot. And, as a ship. But, it's sort of the inverse of a typical dynamic, in that, it's not like Kaza is weak, but he's a bit more subdued. I haven't heard about that one. That is an interesting idea. One of the ones I've seen some good, actually, Venti Lamine fan art, which is cute. And I do find it funny, because, I like Lamoon's design a lot. But of course, it's not like I don't play her, and I literally can't, because I chose the other option when I started the game. But like I said, Kaza is the more subdued character, while Beto is a bit brash and more forthright. And, I think some things are better left implicit, tacit. But as I was saying, the idea that sort of a Beto-Ningguang pairing is inherently sort of more, I guess, liberating than, say, a Kaza-Beto pairing, even though no one who seriously pairs Kaza and Beto is releasing Beto to just, some squee girl. It's always very much, okay, Kaza's, kind of the sensitive one, for lack of a better term. Though, to be fair, it's not as if Beto is an emotionalist. And she does have her moments in the same way that Kaza has moments of doing cool stuff. But it's not a pairing that is one where Beto becomes some sort of, you know, emotional wreck and loses all her agency. She still stays a very capable individual in any kind of depiction of that pairing. And like I said, it's... A lot of people won't or can't acknowledge that just because they like something does not make it morally better than something they don't like, and vice versa. It's... You know, I may personally prefer, for various reasons, I mean, in no small part because, you know, I guess it'd be nice to have a big pirate captain woman. Never mind. I have my own personal reasons and preferences, but I'm not gonna go out and say what I like is inherently better than something I don't, as a way of justifying it to myself. I like it I like it because I like it. People are free to like other things and dislike what I like, because people like different things. It's not a matter of good and evil, it's a matter of personal taste. Giant woven scroll. The scroll has been purposely hung in the very middle of the ceiling. Whatever it means, it must be significant. So imagine we need to find an Ectomisaurus and scan it. Beta was confident, but she's not cruel. I think... In the exact opposite way, there's also... You also run the risk of simplifying a character in the other direction. And... I really did like how, even though it was relatively short... Have you done Beto's Hangout? I like a lot how it delves into her personal past, which doesn't get a lot of other play. You know, before she became captain, in particular, her being from this fishing village around here and her sort of survivorship guilt kind of deal. They're worth doing, especially for characters you like, because they do get, especially the later ones. And I'm sad to say this, I haven't done Farazan's yet, but Farazan's goes really deep into her backstory, the implications of... Oh, Story Quest. Well, I meant the Hangouts, the ones for 4 stars. The ones with multiple paths and endings. The Hangouts, honestly, are a lot more about the characters themselves, whereas the Story Quests, for better or worse. Though, Dia's in particular is all about Dia, which is part of why I like it so much. I would personally say that Dia's Story Quest is my favorite period. It made me weep bitter tears, in a good way. Is really all about Dia and her backstory, whereas a lot of the others are kind of about a related NPC, rather than the character they're sort of quote-unquote about. But Hangouts are all about the character. And Beto's is good about that, at least in one of the paths where it talks about her past as a kid. And it's short, it's not incredibly long, but it does a good job of giving her character a bit more depth than it had before, which I really appreciate. Strange machine, there's some sort of machine here, probably used for weaving. So that looks a bit like the one up top. Yeah. Well, the thing about Chi-Chi is that she still doesn't have a story quest yet. She's gotten a decent amount of stuff fleshed out by way of appearing in other quests, and just being around long enough for people to really know what her deal is. The interesting thing is, it's only in her story, if I recall correctly. But I'm pretty sure it was actually Zhao who inadvertently killed her. Stack of woven scrolls, a large pile of woven scrolls, a thick layer of dust indicates that they've been here a long time. So how are we going to get out of here? Presumably using an Ectomisaurus to scan things. There's so many woven scrolls here upon. Remember seeing some of them before in other tribes. They seem to record historical events. This one really stands up from the rest. With story, it's the big symbol. Wonder what story it tells. The colors are very distinctive too. Yeah, you're right. It's more of a red than a purple. Oh! So those triangles can be seen by Saurians in particular. There was something just flashed. Traveler, did you catch that? Maybe that's how we get out. By seeing things we couldn't see before. Right, Pomon's with you. So can we use an... Yep, we can find an Ectomisaur. Ectomisaurs have the ability to activate a unique form of elemental sight, which makes them keenly aware of things that are otherwise not so easily detected. So when are we gonna get one to use? Okay, there's one right over there. So now we can do it. Observe your surroundings using the Ectomisaur's special elemental sight. Ah, there is a wall here. That's fun. Now, I imagine we just need to scan the whole deal in the center. Have fun! I'm glad you were able to pop in today. Good conversation as always. Okay. Jump up high. Assume we need to find the triangle. Yeah. Take your time, take your time. Focus on yourself and the things you gotta do. But it is always nice to have you around. Okay. So what triangle? See ya! Saturagan. Interesting. So really... See that big wall over there? Seems we're supposed to stand over this way, but... I have to hover up to do that, or... It's not look to be anything we can really scan. That's what's weird. Can't have that, but... Legitimately kind of strange. Oh, okay, it was this. There was something hiding here. Yep, this looks like our ticket out of this place. Presume we just scan this? Yeah. Oh, there was even a chest here. That's fun. But, so what was this meant to be then? It's not actually a thing to get from scanning it. Maybe we'll come back and do something there. It's kind of funky. Cool. Imagine we can scan this. Now we can put it back down. Put the portal there. Night Spirit body crit successful. You can leave now. So it was a matter of create a mirror to escape. Oh, that was fun. I liked that. Pick it up and move it around. Phew, we finally got out. It is just as I thought. You were indeed capable of undertaking this mission to disprove your theory. Yeah, we had to use that ability because they didn't have Satori out to showcase. Yeah, it is interesting that, yeah, not only did Chasca show up before the third part of her Tribal Chronicle, but she was playable in the second part too. Yes, you saw many distinctive-looking scrolls there, didn't you? Sure did. Specific kind of scrolls will have to inspire ancestors upon investigation. Discover what sets it apart is the use of a color not featured in ordinary scrolls, the orange. It's the most mysterious color that most people cannot even detect. Myself had to employ special techniques to confirm its existence. Is it the orange? Yeah, the phlogiston orange. There were those who were born with a natural ability to perceive it. That is why I wanted to test you. You mean? The space you just entered was an exhibition room for storing this variety of woven scrolls. Centuries ago, a great shaman by the name of Qucusaurus. That's interesting, given that Qucusaurus is the name for signs of the canopy. It places security measures so that anyone who entered the room without permission would become trapped inside. It exists to this day, and although I have not managed to decipher how it works, I've at least found out how to turn it on and off. When someone is trapped inside, it has all been impossible for them to escape without outside help, unless they share the great shaman's ability to perceive that strange color. I think I know what you mean. I did see a certain color in there. Clearly, you must have this ability, which means you believe that Ectomisaur Elder and sense this ability in people, and that it appoints a scroll weaver on this basis. Another secret power, traveler, you're full of mysteries. It is probably just the ability to interface with Genshin. Still, having this ability doesn't change the fact that neither of us know how to start with weaving a scroll. Don't worry about that. The method for weaving this kind of scroll appears to be largely the same as for an ordinary scroll. The difference is in the dye that gives it its unique color. My suspicions are correct. Its dye is the key to weaving the scroll, and your special ability is the key to obtaining it. The dyeing process is also a little different from the norm, but I don't anticipate any major issues there. As long as you two can source the dye itself, I can assist with the application. Cool, or follow your lead. Great, then please use your ability to source the necessary ingredients. In the meantime, we'll have some comparison fabric for test dyeing. We'll make a few sample pieces to test out my hypothesis. And if that goes well, we can begin the scroll in earnest. If you agree to help, you can expect to be handsomely rewarded once this is all over, so what are your thoughts? I think with the ability to help comes the responsibility to do so. Greed, especially if there's reward in it. What is the reward, by the way? Is it food? Paimon hopes it's food. Hmm. Given the stakes involved for a tribe, I was thinking a substantial sum of moro would be appropriate. Surely that would be preferable to just a free meal. Moro works too. Anyway, how do we go about finding these ingredients? Or are we supposed to just keep walking around Notland until we stumble across them? Thankfully not. I've already identified a location where I suspect they may be found. I've arranged for someone to guide you there. God is waiting just outside. You can set off at your leisure. That is the first part done. Calling for the Masters of Night-Wind complete. Memories flowing with color. Act 1 complete. Huh. Enter the Chamber of Weaving. So we can go there now. Legendary color. Accept the Chief of the Masters of the Night-Wind's commission and are determined to complete the task that you have been entrusted with. Do one of those. After passing the test set by the Chief of the Masters of the Night-Wind, you realize that you possess the ability to discern a particular color, which seems to be the key to completing your mission. Masters of the Night-Wind have upheld an ancient custom of generations using colorful woven scrolls to record the history of Notland. Yep, that's next patch. It's precisely because of this tradition that you who have stumbled upon the tribe have been entrusted with a mission. So if we go in here... Oh, right, exactly. They wouldn't lock it off because the chest is... The chest requires this. Oh, there are people in here. YOLO Tlee. Oh, so I presume I'd be able to go in here already. But whether they test this or not depends on... our quest progress, maybe? What do you have to say? Mystical ability. Whoa, did Mr. Toltec ask to come find me? Nope. Oh, I see. Did I seem a bit nervous too? Sorry about that. Thank you. It's a message from Mr. Toltec. If it means a new commission to investigate the ley lines, but I'm afraid I'm not ready to go out there again quite yet. There are many mystical arts that need learning and materials that must be prepared in advance. My ley line perception is mediocre, so I need story and help for that, and Tomy swords aren't the type to scout for walkies with humans. You need to prepare lots of gifts. No, actually the opposite really, above all else. Tomy swords despise when other creatures try to use their abilities for selfish gain. They won't be so easily bribed. Before inviting them, you can spell their etiquette and say the purpose for which you require their help. But their sharp part is all get out, so there's no point trying to fool them. If it's a gift given without expecting anything in return, well, that depends on how much the Tormosaurus trusts you. For all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The less is asked in return for a gift, the more suspicious it is. Want to give it a try? Well, I've heard the Tormosaurus love these mushrooms, so good luck. Ah, and that's some of the specialty ones. I'll leave it to you then. Splendid. Yep, and... Okay, so there's no Night Spirit body there now, so I assume this was just a... That was just a quest-exclusive version of the domain. Just go in here normally, maybe. Just want to see... This is the big tapestry. Yeah, the big tapestry's still doing big tapestry things. So I wonder if I could get in there beforehand, because I never actually tried this one before doing that quest. Hello, Biram. I like the fire staffs they have, fire staves they have. Biram, and oh, you won't talk. Okay, you're right out there. Just got to go up here. Oh, but of course we can actually get this started now. Won't damage me. Can't even walk in it. So the only quest available, Mystery of Tecoalopan Beach, which I imagine is this. Don't see any other beaches in the area, and this is where it turns to Flower Feather. Must be by that camera, I would presume. Whatever's going on with the Foggy Island. So if I do that now... That one today I could actually unlock Master of the Night-Wind bounties and... Oh, supply requests, but of course I've already done all 3 for each of the week. So, not yet. Hello there. Toltec. Oh, that's the guy that the gal in there mentioned. Rendezvous with a guy to accept the Chief of the Master of the Night-Wind's commission, determined to complete the task that you have been entrusted with. Hi. How much longer or shorter is this going to be? Take it you're the ones appointed by Elder Twapo. Yep, and you are? Call me Toltec. Chief asked me to be your guide for the day. His messenger's already filled me in on the situation, so just follow me. Legendary color. It would... Even though I can't imagine most of them would be useful for much of anything, the NPC weapons are really cool. Fog's Depths. Oh, so we're gonna go into this cave now? That's funky. So we could teleport there, or we could just use our movement abilities to get there quickly, too. Sure. And what do you know? We can actually just ride Milani over, given that most of this is water. That's fun. Not on water most of the time, but we're surfing it. Oh, what do you know? There is something going on here. I honestly want to check out these teleport scrolls right after I get done with the other quests. Come on. And it is that easy. Well, actually, can't do this in combat, so I think I'll just mark this now. And so one other where the Yunkasaur's somewhere on this mountainside. Last time I found it, I did not have the map yet. Not actually really sure where to go get it specifically. Either way, and I am sorry for hitting the birds. Now I feel the... Now I feel bird. Okay. This is where we want to go. Should be nearby. I guess we can get the mushrooms. Go into the Fog's Depths. Oh, so it's gonna be Malinalco, or Malinalco? So the die is somewhere in this cave, huh? Oh, but... The other quest might actually... The Night Spirit Graffiti told you might interface with this too. Because as far as I can take you, only the appointed ones may proceed from here, so I wonder if it's going to be slightly different due to the quest. Well, like I said, I can't imagine they'd be good if they made them 3-star weapons. Well, we've had the same 3-star weapons from chess for years. When they put out Inazuma and did not make the basic katanas and katana and naginata, oh, and spears available in those chests, it did make me kind of sad, because they were cool-looking weapons. Even if they still would have had to have been strictly worse than others. Though, to be fair, I think part of it is just... 3-star weapons like White Tessel tend to have pretty good substats and abilities, compensate for their base attack. And given that they've been more experimental, they had started putting out characters since then who used... Oh... things other than attack for damage. In particular, it was Yeon who just had pure HP for damage. I think she was the first character who did anything like that. So no attack and her multipliers at all. Those 3-star weapons would have actually been good in a way they probably didn't want. As far as I can take you, only the appointed ones may proceed from here. Why is that? Kind of a long story. Apparently, there's a certain fruit that grows in this cave, the juice of which can be processed to make an excellent dye. Many years ago, our ancestors set out to make a series of ambitious works of graffiti art. Selected this cave to make them in, presumably due to the availability of the dye. However, they didn't want anyone to see their work before it was completed, so they sealed off the entrance to control access. To bypass the seal, you have to master the art of color perception or something like that. Oh. You'd wanted to, maybe? Strange thing is, our ancestors never removed the seal even after they finished the graffiti art. So it was sealed off, the only person who's been inside is the great shaman Huitzlin. And that was 200 years ago. According to her, the artwork tells of a story of a hero by the name of Kuntur. But I digress, I'm a big fan of graffiti artwork. Rakugaku. Sort of sketches. Once you get talking, I can go on for hours. So you're sure you don't want to come with us? I'll pass. I tried to get in once, but the seal blocked my way. I tried getting my Qucusaurus to clear it with its powers, but even that didn't work. I guess it's supposed to be a test left there by our ancestors. If you don't pass the test, you're not worthy of viewing their works of art. Don't worry about me, though. I wouldn't be joining this time, even if I was able to get in. Like our chief, I don't have the guts to challenge our traditions. This task is specifically appointed to someone by the Qucusaurus Elder, who knows what bad things might happen if I got involved. Fair enough, alright, we'll try not to take too long. Try to break the barrier. Try using the Qucusaurus special elemental sight to eliminate obstacles. So again, what I wonder is... Malinalco's in there. So if it's blocked off now, would the Night Spirit Graffitis deal and block that off too? You two head on in, I'll wait right here. Would it be... Yeah, is it going to be another version of the area, kind of like what they did with, I believe? Oh, the Chamber of Weaving. Malinalco Grotto. So... You can use Aura on special elemental site, too. Oh, there's a common chest right there. What is interesting is that keeps talking even when you enter all the Saurian. Looks like there's no way past. Maybe try the same thing as before. We can make that appear and then scan it. It'll work. Let's head in and take a look. Tezcatepetonco Range. Is that a huge Monitou? Oh, and it's only part of a Monitou sort of outer covering, because a regular Monitou has multiple colors in it. It should be the place. The fruit tools, like mentioned, should be the one on the wall, right? Now the only question is, which ones do we pick? This is probably where my special ability that Chief mentioned comes in. Oh, so that's kind of like how... part of the People of the Springs quest sort of ended at the ruins with the lava river. They kind of point you to the ancestral temple at the end of part 2 of Signs of the Canopy, and slightly differently, Sulphurous Veins is the starting point of Children of Echoes. So I imagine, yeah, they're sending us to Malinalco, because it's to sort of foreshadow, yes, this is where one of the quests for the area is going to be, and for Flower Feather Clan, it was mostly around that big training ground. So I imagine there'll be stuff to do there too. Now the only question is, which ones do we pick? This is probably where my special ability the Chief mentioned comes in. Go ahead, try it out. Probably huge Monitou stuff. Try using the Tomitsu's special elemental sight. Oh, so it's probably related to the whole Chosen of Dragons thing, or at least our ability to indwell. That's cool. That's where that starts. Cavern, the legendary mural, more of that, and all the way down there. Let's see this, and it is a viewpoint. Cavern of Tranquil Light added to the archive. Let's see. And in order to deal with the crisis brought on by the ash that once enveloped the foothills like fog, so it would have been Ochkanatlan's ash, the priests of the Masters of Night-Wind once studied the secret art of how to make graffiti that would be visible even through the mist. It is said that this was the origin, the unique power of the graffiti here. Huh. Let's see, we'll stick with him so we can just see what we can actually use our site for. Additionally, let's check Hued Monitou. Painted stones are special graffiti to change the color of the ladder. And pick them up and through them. Hued Monitou, different colors, mix and produce new colors. Interesting. What if we mix them all, extract yellow? Hello there. So can we combine them all, or how limited are we here? Extract red for orange. The Hued Monitou's color has changed. Painted stone. Assume we're gonna have to toss it at the... Oh, well, there we are. That's okay, I guess. Oh, okay. Alright. Let's just use our actual abilities there. Fun. And now we can actually just use our Super Sense. That's cool. Ooh, unless we miss. Thank you. You know, that ain't bad. The reaction damage is better because of the buffs they made this patch. So who do we want to level up artifacts on next? Well, I don't have a set I really want to use for... You know, actually... I should figure out sets for Mavic and Satwali at least. Satwali, that's all EM. Let's see. Cinder City. Cinder City. And... So we got an EM. That's EM. Not especially good. Though to be fair, wonder if... Yeah, I honestly don't know what I want to put on Satwali yet. Well, there you go. Crowd damage bonus in EM, full EM for the shield, or something else entirely, so... Got a VV set for Hazo. Yeah, Lanyon will be able to take either his set or the one I've already got for Lynette. And of course, I do want to level him eventually. Even though, of course, I still don't have him at... Oh. Still don't have a C6. Which would make him a good deal better. Not that it's crazy either way. Have to do something with this mural. Yeah, guys. Run into 2 murals we had to blow up or otherwise remove. There was the... Oh, we got Exploration and Quahakon. Right. It's for Chasca. So one of the Monitu mural mans, and then there was... Zoom in here and change that a bit. Yep. It's a Monitu man, some murals or whatever. And then the Spirit Ball Cave. Although to be fair, we didn't destroy the mural, we just actually lit the thing up. Never mind, actually. I'm wrong this time. So let us pick these up. What if I picked up all 3? Would anything in particular happen? Would it stop me? Maybe. Oh, Humanitu's powers dissipate and is returned to its original location, so it cannot go in water. Oh, so you're meant to use the Ectomosaur's jumps to keep them out of the water. Interesting. Okay. We just keep from swimming, so that makes them a bit like Hydrograna. Humanitu's colors changed. What color do we want? And... Hello. Trying to go through. Why do you do that? Actually, you escaped. Oh, and clearly, you can see there's a crack. You'll be able to get to the other side, and I can even see it right here already. But, it doesn't show up under elemental sight, unlike most other things. And, the color of the Humanitu cannot be changed again. Yep, you can only combine 2. Creating murals in places where paint is produced is indeed a good idea. When we repair them, we can just grab the relevant material on the spot and fill the missing paints in, so the Monitus are almost paint. The story couldn't possibly end just as the 3 tribal warriors were defeated by Rumi, the wicked sorcerer. Can the mural in which Kuntur appears be somewhere else? Can't find the path. Has it been buried, or is there some sort of mechanism at play here? So... See the fruits around. Oh, so I imagine we need to compare them to the colors of fruits to make sure we match the shapes. So the oblong one is blue. That's cool. Blue. Is it going to reappear? No, it's blue. So if we color them all blue, assume it's all going to recolor itself to nothing. Yep, that's wrong. Oh, if you don't hit it right in the middle, it's not going to color. It's going to splatter, and it seems that was not the right choice, and the colors on the mural gradually fade away. Yep. Okay. So they're not holding your hand here at all. Wow. You have to know. The oblong one is blue. Right over there. Toss it right on. Strawberries yellow. Oh, and they all went back to their original hiding spots because I reloaded the area by choosing the wrong option. Woe is I. Okay. Then the tomato is the red one. Cool. Just wiped out Tomato Town. And we can use that jump. Cannot shoot it in midair. It's fine. Yeah, but as long as we don't actually swim, the Monitu is not going to go away, and this should be it. Yeah, there we go. We got through. Oh, it splits in half. There's a chest there. So how far is this going to recede? I think I'll stop around here. So yeah, we can still see parts of the mural. It still does not show up under elemental sight. Free Oculus. And This was a chest. Yeah, so kind of sticking on Oromon around here just to see where the graffiti is a good idea. Activate that. Nothing through that waterfall. What if I... Does not seem to be doing much of anything. Okay, it just glows so you can use it as a directional guide more easily, it seems. Okay. Also, get a higher jump if I use the aim to absorb some Phlogiston to power up my jump. That's fun. Of course, I can also do it with that mark. I really like his abilities. So even when it's closed off, well, even when you've gotten the flower, you can still absorb from the main body of the flower. Oh, we got stuff to mine around here. Fun. Don't think I can absorb it from the berries yet. Could be something that actually has Phlogiston. Cannot absorb it from that graffiti. It's enough for a standard jump. Let's go over then. Where's the next spot? Up over there. Okay. That ledge. But of course we can absorb that to get a better jump. Fly across here. We got Dia to break that down. Okay. Interesting. Oh well, actually, you know, we'll spare the small animal today. I'll be nice. For once. Thank you, thank you. Interesting. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Is that pretty fun? Okay, let's actually snipe you. It's to be silly. Oh, okay. Goodbye. I did a bad thing today. Frog. Oh, another puzzle. Huh. All these rocks. And, wait. Oh! Oh, you just have to get the fruit. You don't have to break the seal. Okay. So we should probably come back and actually do this puzzle later. Oh, so it's an evil Monitou going away from the good Monitou. Okay. Okay. Tribal warriors under the Wicked Wizard's control are blocking Kuntor's path. Did not have enough time to see that. Yeah, but it does certainly seem like I kind of went a little farther than I had to. Guess that means more for later. Okay. Yeah, we have to get the actual fruit. And turn it around and use the elemental sight to check the fruit. Saw something right. Whatever it was, grab it. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I actually needed to get this stuff. Oh, it's... A couple of them are under where the Monitou were. Obtain dye. Dye samples. Dye samples made from a special fruit found deep within a cave. They seem to be the key to making that type of woven scroll. So it's just from different colors of fruit. Okay. And that's what I needed to do. These guys' ancestors made some real works of art here, but based on what we've seen so far, it seems like there should be more to the story. Yeah, it's certainly funny that we're seeing this with the broken version of the mural, because we opened the door when that was not what I was supposed to do here. Do you think maybe there's more artwork further inside? Seems kind of strange. We can go take a look if you want. Maybe we have a job to do. We should focus on that. You know, we could do that later, though. Oh, no need. Pop was just thinking aloud. Toltek's waiting for us, and we have a job to do, so maybe it's best if we head out now. Let's head back and beat up with Toltek. Yeah. I will say, getting sidetracked is not always a bad thing. It can be rather fun. Thank you. Nightsoul transmit to Chasca. Let's get a little faster here. And there we go, and we can get that crystal fly at least. Hello there. Meet up with Toltek. Hi! But of course, Malinalco is actually technically inside Quahakon. Though I do wonder what the sort of indicator for when to do funny elemental set shenanigans should be. I guess when you find a suspicious empty wall, but quite frankly, it's kind of like all those annoying tremors on the ground with Chionin and the Tapestry abilities that you need to know when to look for them, which to be fair is usually when there are Tapestries around, but either to fight and or indwell or just sconces. We're back when we found the ingredients for the dye. Seems like you made it through the seal then, or Iktomitsu Elder was right about you. It's getting late, follow me, I'll take us back. Turn to the Masters of the Night-Wind. You know, I feel like teleporting. Not gonna go all the way back this time. I was gonna say I could get sidetracking on purpose and go into that scroll. I'm gonna do that normally. Oh well. And here is Biram. Biram is the chainsaw man guy. Toltec has updated me on your progress. Well done, I appreciate your efforts. Sure thing, here's the stuff for the dye. Oh, and mid-cutscene it pulls this up. That's fun. Oh. See, the essence is certainly a very different substance from typical dyes. Okay, now let's try our hand at making some samples. The fabric is ready for testing. Got it? Please follow me. Back in the weaving chamber, or... Yep, enter the chamber of weaving. This is fun. Okay. Take a look at this. It's a woven scroll made by one of our ancestors. This is the kind of thing we're trying to make. Oh. The person depicted is the legendary shaman Huitzlin, show of 200 years ago and was once appointed by the Iktomi outsourced elder like yourselves. She was especially skilled in the art of color manipulation and of course completed her task with flying colors. Flying like an Iktomi sword? Kill me. The scroll is a record of her deeds and was most likely the work of her own hand. The quality is simply breathtaking even compared to other scrolls of this variety. Deeds. So what were her deeds? Sadly, since she passed away, all of her Iktomitsu Elder's subsequent appointees have had to rely on the gift from the spirits to complete their work. Now we're about to revive an older tradition. It's a good way of putting it. My only quibble with her phrase would be, it's not just me, but us. Now Palman's getting excited. So the other people in the chamber? Bring out the samples. We're gonna have people assist us? Well, I imagine, of course. Insistent presents the samples for test dyeing, Satwali is going to get involved. Especially since she does use a loom as a spirit calling instrument. Now, as I mentioned, the dyeing process is a little complicated, but I'm confident we'll manage. Just make sure to follow my instructions carefully. Let's get started. The pattern's already been sketched out on the sample, so you just need to dye each block with the correct color. You need to wait for the dye to fully soak in. Between each step, make sure the colors don't run. The fabric as instructed, so there's no minigame or anything. It'd be funny if we did something like this Satwali pattern minigame, well, the shape puzzle minigame, but I guess there's nothing there. Good, the dye is taken to the fabric, and the pattern is crisp and clear. Next, apply all the remaining dye, we should see that elusive signature color emerge. Okay, final step, apply the remaining dye. What about the remaining live? Did it work? Palma doesn't see it. This looks pretty normal. That color isn't showing up, the dyeing has failed. Did I mess up somehow? No, your technique was flawless. You did everything exactly as instructed. Would have made no difference if I'd done it myself. Want to see how long have they had the Iktomi sword recording throughout our history? Let me see. Masters of the Night-Wind. For many centuries. Does not say how many. So I was going to say, I would imagine that for some time Satwali has been probably being that spirit who helps. Given that she has to show up somehow in part 3. Did everything exactly as instructed, would have made no difference if I'd done it myself. Then what went wrong? Could be the weaving technique, or maybe the dye has to be applied in a different way. Whatever the case, looks like I've failed to get to the bottom of this mystery. Sorry, Palman wishes we could do more to help. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I made you do so much work and it was for nothing. Will of course honor my commitment to compensate you for your trouble, but I do hope you won't give up on this task. Plan to keep investigating. We'll be sure to keep you updated with any progress. Don't worry, we're not quitters. Paman does have a question, though. This whole process of recording history on woven scrolls seems so complicated. Why don't you just write it down instead? Said yourself, you're all about change and reform. While this seems like a pretty good place to start, don't you think? Writing things down would be easier for everyone, and your records would be more detailed. Think you've perhaps misunderstood my philosophy, but that's okay. I can answer your question, but there's somewhere I need to show you first. And where? Oh, sure. Accept Biram's invitation. It's gonna be that cave with the wayward hermetic spirit speaker, or where to next? So the cave for the current event has, let me see, actually up top. Ah, so we gotta get to the top of the building somehow. Which actually just goes up this way. It's not unreasonable. Alright. And switch over to Chasca. Or not. Oh, we can just use Oromone to put down a body and jump up. Oh, that goes real high. Oh, nice. And there does seem to maybe be something with that smoke. We'll see. Teleport waypoint at least. Cool little peak. Look at this view, what do you think? Oh, and the updraft is still there. It's gorgeous. Now try looking a little further. Tokumite. Oh, that graffiti. Rakugaku da. Oh, but how can we see it from here? Sort of displaced sight? In all the years since the founding of our tribe, those colors have been with us every step of the way. It's true. Oh, Night Spirit graffiti. Yep, and they're showing that because that's where another part of the quest is. It's true that I seek to bring new life to the ancient tribe through change and reform, but I also understand there are certain foundational things that we cannot afford to throw away. So yeah, they were deliberately contrasting Biram and Alpa. Foremost of these is the way we record our history. Makes sense. Since their beginnings, our tribe has always sought to bring color to history, and I have a deep sense that this is one part of our heritage that we should not give up. So whatever it takes, I must find a way to us to continue producing our traditional woven scrolls. You're completely right. I'm sorry for what you said earlier. It was out of line. It's quite alright. I'm just grateful you understand where I'm coming from. I'm committed to helping you solve this. And let us hope that when we next meet, we succeed in reviving this tradition. And it shows the Night Spirit graffiti in particular, because, yep, that's where you start its quest. So imagine, yeah, if I really want to do quest stuff for Flower Feather, it would mostly be a matter of going over to the testing ground and finding stuff nearby. Makes sense. So, get up top here, and if you're too far from the Night Spirit graffiti, the Night Spirit bounties dissipate, so that's what does it. Okay, so I imagine it's gonna be a... Oh... stuff in here. Come on. Thank you. And... get up a little higher, and... this is just that one. Pyroculus, and yeah, it... the volcano goes high. And... looks like that big hole might be a way into the basin of the volcano. Also that big side peak, and of course, whatever's going on with the floating. Huh. Ah, I heard that rumble, and yep. Focus interruption. Krakatoa. That one was oddly benign. Expecting a lot more flying sparks. But for whatever reason, I guess not. I know it was around here. There was the Yumkasaur with one of the nearby woven scrolls that teleports me somewhere. If it wasn't right here, it's been a bit farther down. To find... might have been this way. Took me to a cryo-wire manifestation that I want to take on. It's kind of behind here. Kinda. There is a cave in here. Frankly, there's a lot of stuff. This... Is this anything? This random chest. I was gonna say, it seems kind of suspicious, but... I guess there's just nothing here. I kind of want to mark this. Still, though. Huh. Sort of in the side of the cliff, but... Doesn't seem like there was anything past that. By the way, there's another mirror here. Just want to find that other one that took me to the Cryo-Wyob. So I did not mark it or anything. Shalak Veil. Oh well. This will take me to... Where? Oh, it's Ochkanatlan. And I am not on the map. Let's see what's up here, and... Oh! You can teleport out, but it won't let me warp out, and... Clearly, they want you to jump over that. Thank you, and... What is that obsidian? For the matter, where am I? This counts as Ochkanatlan, but it's... Oh, it's kind of like the painting spaces with... Oh, the Narcissan Quest questline. In the Tower of... The Orthants around the Tower of Absissimus. Big chunks of obsidian. I wonder if it'll come back here in the quest and it'll be more available. Be careful to avoid the lasers and proceed onwards, so it just teleports us back. Yeah, it doesn't even damage us. It's just... Dodge the lasers. Oh, so after you dodge each set of lasers, it disappears. Okay. That's reasonable. Yay! Okay. There's Phlogiston up there if we need it, and... This is actually pretty cool. Glide path puzzle, and... Oops! Oops. That was a bother. So I guess these are some sort of... general... puzzle type. Teleports you over to... Okay, we did manage to go over it. Teleports you to a weird realm and has you do jumping puzzles over lasers. Guess that's reasonable. It's gone now. And... what do you know? You can absorb Phlogiston from it because it's a physics object, but probably have to loop around. Keeping this special site up should help, and just all this obsidian. Are we in the Night Kingdom? Well, to be fair, given that we came here for some Master of the Night-Wind stuff, they are closest connected to the kingdom, it wouldn't surprise me. What is the deal with all this? Get a Night Spirit body. It just makes a rock appear. Oh, is this...
Yep.
Does not seem to be an amber that we can break. Do I... What to do with this specifically? Take that and move it. So what if I take this and put it on top? What would happen? Huh. Is there something specific I meant to do here? It might literally just be a matter of... You have to stack these up in order to get just barely enough height to move them around. Would not surprise me. Oh, and eventually they float. So if necessary, we could stack them up in a stackier way. These are interesting puzzles. Okay. I think might be able to jump high enough if I stand on top. Let's see. No, I can't. Something in there, though. I wonder what is up with these walls. What I could do is keep stacking them infinitely. That is an option. Yeah, I'm not sure this is how I was meant to do this. It's how I'm gonna do it. Got a slightly higher column. That's good. Right. And on top. This should do the trick. Yep. Maybe that wasn't how I was supposed to do it. But hey, if it works, it works. And, oh, there are multiple paths here that converge. There's one precious chest. Should be a couple more around then. Interesting. So where will this send me back then? For that matter, what is this? Oh, because I imagine once we get all of these, there'll be some kind of current that lets me actually send up that shaft. But now these are fallen because there's really no point to them anymore. And of course those night spirit bodies dissipate so we couldn't tower up that shaft with the rocks we can produce here. Definitely thought about that as a way that people would cheese it. And by people, me. This is deep enough into the ground with all this obsidian. Really makes you think. Oh, and what is this? What's going on here? Nothing. Huh. Oh, and you can actually pull that from the other side. Again, not that there's any real purpose to it. It's got a chest for that. So I wonder what the ending of this is going to be. The resolution. Let's actually go through all three of these gates. Where is this going to send me back? Answer is back where I came from. The exact same spot. Well then. I think that should stay marked. But again, there was one with the Yumkasaurs. And a third one that I'll presumably find just going around and doing other things, but... Oh, yep, it's right down there. They seem to be in the general vicinity then. There's this one right here, more or less. This one is over in this general area. I apologize, good Yumkasaurs, but it is time for you to die. This one is right here. So if they make sort of a general triangle, the next one should be maybe over this way. Maybe. Honestly, finding them all could be cool today. Though it's not like it's necessary. Okay. And just like that. Take both of you out. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Let's go inside. Time for more Ororon shenanigans and waiting patiently for those who come to be tested. Spirit going to the Dark Knight Spirit Light. Oh, so this one is just combat. Okay. Cool. And go like this. You're gonna, yep. That's your Nightsoul shield. Thank you. Cool. And we can just break this now. Cool. Get back on here. And put that down again. And this should be preeminently reasonable. If we were able to break that shield, we can kill you normally. Okay. All the way up that. And one more. And cool. Nice. Took you down. Oh, so I bet... No, this graffiti isn't usable. Is it? Wait. Shows up under sight, but... Two right here. Two of the warrior-shaped ones, and then... two of... the barrels, and they're on sort of corresponding faces. To get the chest there, but... kind of want to see if anything else is up in this area. The answer seems to be a no. Huh. Well, alright. Some stuff up top, and we can actually climb out. Maybe. They let us go up pretty high here. But of course there's not really anything. And so this is a domainish enough area that you just can't do. You can't use the compass. It's one in the middle. So wherever the final one is. Interesting. Oh, okay. I didn't notice it. Oh, we got a purple obsidian fragment. Which means... got a little bit for the ring. An obsidian fragment with engraved patterns sound like those of the Masters of the Night-Wind, which you obtained by chance while exploring. Appears they could form a full ring using 3 of them, though what that will achieve you cannot tell. It's 2 items, purple obsidian fragment. Oh, so once we actually get all the mirrors, we can presumably use this Ochkanatlan mechanism and fly up top for whatever. Oh, this is actually kind of like the entrance to the Temple of Night over here. That octangular drop down. So we're going to be going the other direction. Interesting. But given that these are sort of in a triangle, sort of around this Master of the Nightwind area, I wonder if the final mirror is going to be around here or here in another direction. I do not want to... oh, just look up its location, though. It's always cool when you have little things like these. The other areas that were not a lot of objectives like that. Well, there were the graffiti stones, mostly. The graffiti stones were kind of like that. And, of course, we can't talk to... no, we can. Hello. Yet again, it's you the one who can distinguish colors. I remember 7 colors, but those are still not enough to weave a woven scroll. Suspect your tale out in more colors to history. Like the fire here, like the fire here, yes, it is not burn to destroy, but to shine bright. Watch the flames dance, perhaps they'll spark new inspiration within you. Teachings of kindling. Right, and that's for Sitali. Another quest. And that gets kindling, right, because it's Sitali's material. And right, we did enough exploration here that we got some of that too. So if I go up high, the top of the settlement for Masters of the Nightwind, I'm going to see the other mirror. I mean the other woven scroll. So you can kind of see that one down there, yeah. Actually see it pretty darn clearly. The angle is what prevents you from seeing the other one. Depending on how I looked, maybe. See how oddly circular that is, but beyond that... you know, maybe it's down here. Let's see that maybe. I honestly want to check that out. Oh, what is there is a Warriors Challenge. Interesting. Beats in. High place jumping. Leap to the peak. Yeah, I think I'll wait until we have Sitali for that. No harm, no foul. Oh, right. This is on the wrong one. Let's just do a little cursory fly around to see if I can stumble upon the final weaving. There is a chance that it is related to one of the quest locations. That'd be a smart way to hide it, honestly. Not hide it so much as make sure that you can't get it too easily. It's not like they're gating it. Goes down to the totem pole. That one's right there. Let's do a little more flying around. See, and I imagine they're all around Night-Wind. Is this a fog area? Might be a fog area. Yeah, it's actually a pale fog area. That's fun. So we need to actually deal with this for the Night Spirit graffiti deal anyway, so why not? Activate Stone Tablet emits Grash 2. Within the colorless realm, it seems the words upon it cannot be read. I can mark this and come back. Other one was around here. Oh, so they have similar platforms on the map, too. Not too hard to spot. Night Spirit Graffiti and that beach. Much to think about. Night-Wind Tribal Grounds. So even though this is Tezcatepetonco, these are very clearly flower feather individuals. It's even playing their music. Huh. Yeah, the differentiation between the two areas is not all that strong, honestly. It's not a bad thing, but this will just take me up. Okay. Let's get up high here, and oh, what do you know? He's taking damage. What I love to see. But we're actually out of the area now. And go for you. Cool. And just Forgissen up the rest of the way. There is a balloon up there. What, did he see that? Mark this for later. There's a flying ice right above us. Oh, and a person there too? Let's find a way to go up and take a look. Just check. And the... Actually, that has a little platform there. Though, don't think the rest would. Yeah, that is not really marked on the map. This is the triangle. Maybe it's here. Probably not. I think that's actually a balloon. It's kind of hard to distinguish on the map, honestly. Oh. Well, maybe here? Let's check one more middling time. See if I can get that final puzzle without any further effort. Something funky here. Oh, it's just huge Monitu stuff. That doesn't necessarily exclude it. For all I know, the final weaving will show up here after I do its puzzle. Well, that is the definition of guesswork. And this does not seem to open. Honestly, I don't know. Oh, I bet this is going to be a domain for Satuali's quest. That is reasonable. And oh, you can't scan it, really, but it does show up, especially under Elemental Sight, but only Night-Wind Elemental Sight. So that is interesting. Does not seem... Actually... Let's try to match these up somehow. Big red splotches. Wonder if I should pick those up and try to bring them over. Or... Got red, yellow, and... Oh, we got colored rocks. So how am I supposed to compare these? Clearly we should change the colors to something else. But I lack a reference for what I should change them to. Looks like some kind of arrow. Red, we got red, and we got blue, maybe? Guess I could try red, red, blue. That might do the trick. Okay. Red. Red. Red, red, yellow. Wait, what? So was that not... Huh. Simple fire feather house, fallback measures. Huh? I don't understand why what I did was correct. So it made it red, red, yellow, yellow. Red, red, yellow, yellow, yellow. And okay. This might need further inspection. And it's that rock specifically that seems to ask for change. I genuinely do not know what was going on there. What if I turn you entirely yellow? Oh, wait. What's... Yeah, that's vaguely alpaca-shaped.
Yep.
So... was it meant to match the color of an alpaca statue? I don't see any nearby. But... I can only imagine that that is what I was meant to do, and I just randomly ended up making it correct. I will take the chest, but I wish I knew what I did right. Or... oh, now I see. It's supposed to be like the bird. Which means coloring, presumably the head, its crest, to be red. So it's about mimicking this, making sure the crest is the correct color, I suppose. Sort of the fact that the crest is there indicates that either the crest has to be a different color from the rest, or that the crest is the only thing that matters. I don't know. I will accept things as they are instead of complaining about a free chest. Okay, Humanity's powers dissipated, yada yada. Does seem to be stuff over that way. Wonder what is at the top of that mountain.
Yep.
We got a lot of weird gaseous wisps. Oh? Naughty Monitou. This one appears to be most mischievous among the many forms of Monitou. However, lifting up with a wind current and then gently touching it will calm it right down. Okay. So we could use them to make a wind current, maybe? They just make a wind current. What is this? What is this cave? So I did not mean to do that. How'd that happen? This Chasca cannot really make a wind current. It's not most of the time. Welcome back! I am wondering what's going on here. There was some sort of wind current puzzle, which I will do later. But the next thing that comes to mind is, yeah, I did. I went into a cave. That was most of it. Also, I went into 2 woven scrolls that actually had a pocket dimension inside them that was a bit like the Ancestral Temple area in, Sons of the Canopies area. But you actually started in the bottom. I went through 2 out of 3 of the chambers, one of which was a puzzle, and the other of which was a fight against a wild manifestation. I've not found the 3rd entrance. So is it dry just... oh, was it outside? Did you do a tree decoration outside? Oh, okay. Just because of the cold, maybe? Yeah, there are few things more aggravating than dry skin, honestly. Fair. But that platform over there with a portal on it took me to a pocket dimension. It said it was part of Ochkanatlan, but wasn't actually. Didn't have a marker on the map. But yeah, this is the sort of objective for Masters of the Nightwind, this mysterious graffiti. Tread lightly where a pitch-black enemy roams, beware the all-corroding foe. Is there anything you wish to know? Oh, Outlander hero, tell me about the murals with the heroes. Found in the east within a cavern where glowing trees sway and flutter. They were just as storytellers holding a woven scroll, saying lies also a terror, hidden in stories from the past. Perhaps that shadow seeks to escape its imprisonment through those very stories. So, was it just because of what you did today, or was it also previous trauma, for lack of a better term? Tell me what lies atop the Sea of Mystery. To the west, an island lies obscured... okay, fair. It's not the kind of thing you can fix in a single day, but generally, with cold like this, it's best to, I don't know, moisturize in advance. That's what I've had to learn to do. obscured by fog, once a sacred ritual sanctuary populated by those who made a pact with the Qucusaurus long ago. Oozing filth emerged therein, and the holy site became a dark cesspit, sealed away and forgotten. Ah, but our cunning foe would never give up quite so easily. Tell me the pale fog. That defiled fog was first created when the ancient city Ochkanatlan was destroyed. It should have been sealed away. That would make things worse. If you put in just water, especially saliva with its acidity, you're going to dry it out faster. It's like licking your lips. What you need to do is, it's the lotion that'll help. Should have been sealed away, but time and memory are against us. If only someone could dispel the pale fog once more. These are the 3 objectives we need to do to restore the graffiti strength. Oh, remember, be wary, be vigilant. I believe there is a quest around here that probably has something to do with Malinalco Grotto over here, which we were taken into when we did, oh, the Night-Wind quest. I saw a quest prompt over here when I originally went over to the chamber where we fight the Tenebrous Mimiflora. Well, we're only evolved for specific geographic conditions, and oh my goodness! Stumbled upon another Nightsoul Totem. And every time I see it, you know, we gotta do it. Can't ignore this. Okay. And that initiative trial. During this trial, the opponent will strike the ground to create molten barbs. Geo attacks and plunging attacks, both effective at destroying molten barbs, and of the 2 methods, destroying molten barbs with plunging attacks will create explosions, deal damage to opponents. Do not destroy the molten barbs in time. The opponent will destroy them and create explosions, deal damage to characters on the field. I normally prefer winter to summer, but it's been really, really cold this winter. Explosions. Damage to characters on the field, and this is... Guess we could use my Fiorina team. Fiorina Bennett. Chasca or our own team, that'll work. Hello, Ironbeard, the fire that forges all. Okay. And you're gonna use your barbs now, oh! Okay, we can just do this now. And there we are. That damaged you pretty well. And now, just shoot you. So it's all about just getting charge attacks in. That is reasonable. That was a big jump, though. And let's do that. And there we go. Go ahead, do another one. Come on. Do another. Smack, and there we go, we got it. Which means, go ahead and smash it. It's more damage to you. This one is very reasonable. Okay. As long as I can just destroy your molten barbs in time, it's not really much you can do to me. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and wonder if... Oh, that was big damage. Okay, and destroy it in time, and smash it. Geo works, so the plunging attacks. We're not any Geo in here right now, so it's all plunging attacks. So I imagine that one of the achievements is going to be kill by blowing up a molten barb. It's reasonable. Okay. Thank you. And shoot that down again. And almost done here. And oh, here we go. Hormone. Oh, you do that, and even the bow charge attack does it. How exciting. And we got our first achievement. Which one? Proxy, is that going to light up? It is... I'll have to think about that one. Okay, so it was one that was far away. So if I check this one right here... Is that one lit up at all? It does seem actually a little lit up. No, it's the far one. In our thirsty, thirsty dreams. I think that's about all we can hope for. Though I have gotten unexpectedly killed in her boss fight a number of times due to not paying attention. Defeat Local Legend Ironbeard. Defeat Ironbeard without ever letting Ironbeard break molten barbs, which means just do it the way we did it this time and just get all the destruction hits ourselves. So is the final one going to be a matter of never get hit at all? That would... It... No, I think... You only get rewarded for things that are difficult and unpleasant. Frankly, it'd be a matter of spending 100 pulls for that, frankly. You don't get rewarded for things that you like, generally. Okay. Come on. There we are. Let's make sure we destroy all the barbs ourselves and break it. There we are. But we're running out of Focus and we don't have a good way to replenish it in fight. Well, that's fair. But at the very same time, you do it via tasks. You know, they're fun tasks, but they are still tasks. You know, you don't get rewarded for nothing. That's the thing. And this should. Yep, we got another barb. And here we go. This one is very, very simple. Alright. Of course, we won't get as much of the Bennett circle this way. That's okay. Thank you. And you're gonna put another one down, I presume. And, yep, there's the next. Wait, is it there, or... There is none there right now. Honestly, it would not surprise me. And, wait, no barb that time? Wait, is he just not doing barbs right now? That's funky. But I have heard people say that, honestly, could probably make aliens like us if we... Oh, okay, so that is the Telegrapher's attack. It's actually a rather short windup. Now, if I don't immediately attack, it'd be really easily just get blown up by it. That's fair. Wait, what do you mean by that? As in, that's what aliens might have it be like? The sort of bizarre world version of this game? That is an amusing thought. You have all the differences to have. So what you're saying is aliens invented love in deep space? Well, and then... Maybe they're all swapped? Maybe it's just the exact same game, but every single character is swapped. I know some people have drawn Swapped Wanderer. Okay. Defeat Ironbeard without ever letting Ironbeard break mountain barbs. And defeat Ironbeard without being hit by any of Ironbeard's attacks. Okay, that is pretty ridiculous. So that's going to have to be some kind of permafreeze team. It's not like I haven't done this before. What language do you play with? I don't find Paimon all that annoying, though, to be fair, I do. Oh, I play the English. I mean, I play Japanese. Okay. So actually, Shionen would be good here. Yeah. Paimon... She's not bad in English, I'd say. Though maybe that might be my bias. I mean, not bad in Japanese, but that might be my bias. Okay. So the only good way to just make sure we don't take any hits is permafreeze. You hate to see it. Okay. Skyward Atlas on you. And all the rest of this is fine. Oh, but that's right. You need a different fav. Just for the energy recharge. Really should level these other favs all the way. I'm fine keeping this one on Shionen at 7 because she doesn't need any more ER. And of course, attack means nothing to her, but still. Okay. Well, alright. So I guess we could try to stay totally idle if we wanted to be silly about it, but... And, oh, this isn't a blunt attack at all. Which means breaking it is actually kind of a nightmare. Cool, cool. Yep, yep. Oh my goodness! Ouch. Yeah, So who has... blunt attacks who could actually fit in a freeze team? I don't know. I would certainly not attempt to get anyone to do anything arguably illegal. I would hopefully allow my better instincts to control me in that situation. That's right, when they say Geo, what they really mean are blunt attacks. So some kind of... What I could maybe do? I don't know, use the... It depends on whether he can be crowd controlled. The main thing is that with the Capybara, the dumb but smart way to fight it is to literally just pick it up with Jean's E. That might be what I do. This, sure, Navia, and then... I don't know, Jean and Anima Res just have shorter skill cooldown. Guess that's reasonable. Heroes are an incredibly stupid team. Make sure we don't take any hits. The Shogun robot before the end of Inazuma Archon Quest probably would, honestly. Oh, but one thing we can do to avoid getting hit by any attacks is just... Totally... Oh, okay. Dodge that. Can he be crowd controlled? You can't be crowd controlled. That's bad news. So if we only destroy your big rocks, bet we could use that as a source of damage on you. That's reasonable. Oh, right, but it's only plunging attacks that actually use it for damage, which means... No, the best option is Gaming, actually. It's Gaming. Sadly. Well, because Monty doesn't really plunge. The main thing is, right, it's only plunging attacks that actually detonate the darn thing. Oh wait, then I could just use Jean-Yun. Depending on the cooldowns... Because the main thing is, you can't get hit, period. Well, you'd have to climb the pillar. The thing with Gaming is Jean-Yun is they can just get air and plunge anytime. Or I could just use Oron, actually, that's right. Yeah, that is probably the more reasonable way of doing it. Oh, but what I could do is... If I applied Cryo to him, I wonder if that would melt. Because it's percentile damage, but it's percentile pyro damage. So I should be able to trigger a reaction. Which means that actually, Charlotte is going to be good here. Well, I'm not here to actually get in range and actually hit him myself. Because that means the possibility of taking a hit myself. What I'm here to do is detonate his rocks. And deal all my damage to him that way. No other way. Okay. And let's see. And... No, that did not deal any more damage to him. It looks like Pyro, but it's not meltable. Well, any plunge would work here. So this is just a matter of stay out of the way. Destroy that rock, what? 15 times. Okay. This is an awfully conservative way of doing this fight, but if it works, it works. Yay! Now this, it's more about 10 to 12, maybe 11. Okay. and this is why I don't really like the local legend achievements that are all about take no damage or take no hits. Yeah, then take no hits one specifically, because even shields won't help with that. Which here is the whole point, avoid all their attacks. But encourages a very conservative way of playing. Ride and Fight is still really good. What they really need to add is a variant of the Ride and Fight with the parry. Back when they did the rerun of the parry combat event, the one that introduced Ayaka's outfit, I really, really wished they had... Oh... I thought that the final fight might have been Raiden with parry. Instead it was Magu Kanki with parry, which was not bad at all. Well, he can't kill himself. He'll self-damage, but he won't die. Okay, so it's exactly 10, it seems. So what do we just kite him forever and break 10 rocks? Okay. It seems he's getting a bit faster at this, given the fact that we are sticking to the strategy. I think the AI has noticed. But, yeah, Gaming does not kill with self-damage. It'd be funny if he did. But there's no character who actually kills with self-damage, which I feel like they could do that eventually. I think that would be the most interesting and reasonable way for them to make delusions as a gimmick, which would be very casual and friendly. Though, to be fair, for better or worse, I think they've definitely, given the existence of not one's crazy local legends at all, I've definitely tried to sort of cater more to, hardcore might be the wrong term, but characters who like the combat and like engaging with it, and are not afraid of a difficult challenge. So is this going to be 10 or is it going to be 11? Either way. Clearly the simplest way to defeat him without taking damage is run away and just get plunges. I can't say I'm happy, but I'm not surprised. And this should be the final one. Of course, it would go a little faster if I did hits myself, especially since he gets stunned in... Oh. Stunned after you do one of those, and there it is. 10 rocks. Cannot say that was the most engaging way to do that fight, but there was another fully completed set of Nightsoul achievements. So the final one is going to be Spirit of the Fallen Dawnstar, who's an Ectomisaur. Defeat Ironbeard without being hit by any of Ironbeard's attacks. And yep, that's the one over there, so... These 6, this group of 6 was the one 5.0, this group of 4, including the third one, not what one's added this patch. Oh, what? I'm done. I'm done. I don't need to fight this guy again. I got all of his achievements. Like I said, Spirit of the Fallen Dawnstar is the 4th Nightsoul Totem, but I don't know where it is. I prefer to stumble upon them than actively seeking them out. So that means probably next patch cycle I do those. I do that one as well as... Relay is another Chcusaurus Warrior. She is apparently doing lesbian Yuri with Sappho, which makes sense because, you know, Sappho's name is literally Sappho. Literally the first lesbian ever. But they have little files by each other that reference each other. Sampo. No, not Sampo, Sappho. Some people... It will be interesting to see if Sampo or Sparkle or something like shows up in Genshin. Given, you know, Sparkle in Honkai and Sampo in Honkai. I think I mentioned this before. Oh, the whole... How in the new Honkai 3rd event... Yeah, it'd be fun. Honkai 3rd event, you play as Sparkle to fight Sampo in a boss fight, and at the end, Sparkle just kicks Sampo right in the butt. And a lot of people on various sides were saying, oh, I wish that was me either, because they wanted to kick Sampo's butt, or wanted their butt kicked by Sparkle. Honestly, legitimate. Okay, Bronzlock and Relay are in-world. Bronzlock is a Ruin Drake over in Ochkanatlan, if I recall correctly. Okay, so what that means is... It's a quest right here, gonna be right over there. Let's see. Well, there are some people who jokingly call Satwali Mayan 7th, because she's Mayan and she looks like March 7th. Okay, and this... Oh, this is just normal flower feather stuff. That has nothing to do with the cave. Hello there. We will do whatever this is later. If you're at Qucusaurus or Arg of Monkida, come on out, quit fooling around. If you don't take your meds, you won't recover. Take your meds. No, she's in danger. We gotta help her, traveler. And that Sorovet's Dilemma temporal Qucusaurus gets someone who's stolen their snacks. You know, you won't die. We'll come back later. That would be funny. Maybe Welt and Zhongli. Because Zhongli is kind of our closest Welt equivalent, I suppose. I don't know, Mavica and Himiko. Maybe. Oh, we can use that for a barrel. Blow that up. Oh, so you can use that to get Phlogiston back. So maybe if we'd come here without doing the Night-Wind quest, we'd have to use that barrel to blow up that wall? Okay, either way, yeah, the area is very, very different now that we're here outside of the Master Diamond quest. Oh, they're the same voice actress too. Okay. In just English or other languages too? I think it was Skylar Davenport, if I recall correctly. That was her name. Like I said, non-zero chance I play a bit of HSR for the Fate event. We'll see. Ah, and yep, we got more rocks around here too. And cool. Oh, we missed. Thank you. And shoot. Honestly, the main DPS is not bad. It's mainly because we're activating Electrocharge with a decent amount of EM, but fair. Grab this, and of course we can just absorb Phlogiston from one of the various items around to get an even higher jump. I do like that. It is a cool thing to be able to do, just all I have to do is scan an environmental object, but it's still nice. Just do that for another jump. So got another after that. Yeah, I heard about that. What I do find interesting is that there are multiple sort of perspectives on that. In the idea of sort of... There was some discourse from people who... And you can make your own verdict on that or not. People who wish that the game only had female characters and think, you know, for lack of a better term, you're probably going to get a lot less dudes in Genshin now. Because some people think, okay, the success of, say, Infinity Nikki LAD is going to mean, okay, they have to value their female audience more because otherwise they'll jump ship. There are other people saying, well, the only reason they played in the first place is because there weren't any high-quality gacha with only guys. They had to settle for games like Genshin because it was the closest thing they had. And now that they're all moving over to games with only guys, which isn't even true. They're thinking they will, but generally they'd still stay with Genshin because, you know, a big part of their engagement is community engagement. The community is not as large for games like LAD, frankly, for various reasons. And thinking that, okay, now they'll just make girls because there's no reason to pander to an audience that is just going to jump ship. But also, LAD has explicitly said they won't be adding yaoi. Ever, actually. That it is very specifically a Yuma Joshi game. That it is the female self-insert protagonist with the dudes. They actually explicitly forbid fan works that pair the guys with each other. Seriously. What if can we place this anywhere? Oh, you take the enemy out of... Oh, that was cool. We took the enemy out of the mural. Now we gotta fight him. That is interesting. But yeah, that is also part of it, just... The Fujoshi audience is something Paper Games has explicitly disavowed for LAD. So that's never going to be part of it. Well, not Yuri, it's just standard, frankly, for lack of a better term, heterosexual relationships. Okay, so they've all moved on, disappeared, the warriors disappeared, now it's the Manitou. Oh, so now we just gotta color these correctly to make the mural move on. Yeah. Oh, there's a green, right, because we gotta combine red and blue for that. And this is where we move on. They are arranged like this. Showing all the rocks. Oh, but that's right, we need to actually make one appear. Need to switch to you. And... where's the spot for this? Huh. Let me see. Well then... can't imagine they'll be all that strict. So we're comparing it to the way this cave works. Big swoosh up here. Go at it from the other side, maybe? On the left. The river goes... which way? The middle one should be on one of the banks. This is awfully impressionistic. Let's see it more from this angle. I wonder... But like I said... they've explicitly said that they explicitly forbid any yaoi fan works, and... As in, they will copy strike you if you make one. Which, again, limits its reach, given that, frankly, I would say, in terms of, you know, female weebs generally, the Fujoshi contingent is generally about as big as the Yumajoshi contingent, as in, you know, people like to see boys kiss each other versus people who like to just kiss the boys. Whereas for, you know, as a guy, talking to guys, there aren't interesting, and who's that one? Who is she in ZZZ? Let me... So where does this route go? Is the cave entrance, or... Honestly, I should just try this and see, but... So 2 of these are on the same level, so this should be this one. Probably the end of the cave wall, then. I don't see any specific spot for it. Huh. Oh, so it automatically placed it there. Okay. So, there was really no way to fail that. Okay, so if you place it in the middle of nowhere, it'll become a Night Spirit body. Place it on the right spot, it just becomes an actual rock. And it doesn't snap or anything all that well. Oh, she voiced an NPC. Okay, now I NPC. That should definitely be shot for that one. So I guess it's like this, then. I'm spatially challenged sometimes. Mostly I'm just tired. Then we got a color mix. It's not like these are complicated puzzles, but they're cute. Yeah, color as an aspect in puzzles reminds me of some Zelda dungeons. Oh, she was the one who voiced that with Miyabi. Oh, that's funny. Okay, the path downward has opened. And there we go. Oh, so it opens downward instead of to the side. Either way, this is going to be the end of the cave. We're pretty much right at the end. Assume we have to fight something and then the Night Spirit Graffiti will acknowledge our achievement. Probably. Come on. Thank you. I like this. I like how strong they made the buffs they gave to Electrocharge this patch. And some of it is because voice actors play into it, and some of it is because voice actors kind of have to do that to get fan attention and get by, but it's... There is a lot more association between the actor and the character than is probably healthy, I would say. Viewpoint. Yeah, exactly. The story recorded out of the archive. Just let them be. It's not them, it's the character. It's not like they're a streamer where there's sort of a weird boring between personnel and the character. They were playing a character. Walls of graffiti that chronicle the story, presumably. They might have gotten that 10 strong stories of the heroes in the past, but the stories recorded here are true stories that once happened or the shadows of another story. Interesting.
Yep.
See, so what is the ending of this going to be? The tablet is there. One less objective and probably a fight before the Night Spirit Graffiti gets its power, so that lets up. Yeah, exactly. They don't exactly get to choose the lines. But it is always interesting when they get a bit more involved. Oh, because... Kuntor and Rumi, it appears to be a special-looking monster that's born within the wall painting, with the wall painting illuminating the images of the hero Kuntor pursuing the wicked wizard Rumi. Press to create illusory wind currents at the corresponding locations on the mural. These enable Kuntor avoid obstacles and catch Rumi. What is this, Tiny Wings? But it is interesting when actors actually go to bat for what they voice. Yeah. And I'm sure you've heard people make the Gathering Wives joke. And I think we've had this discussion about sort of... You know, pandering is only even interesting if the world itself is interesting too. That if it's just a bunch of boring people fawning over you, even from the most generous perspective, it's not all that interesting. That the reason, you know, for people who really like, for example, Genshin's characters, it's not just because of how they look, how they're designed, but because they're actually interesting characters. You know, even if you're, frankly, oh, I don't know, big into Yume stuff, you know, fictional crushes and all. If it's a boring character, it's sort of, okay, what's the point? When you have characters who have no personality traits besides fawning over... And the big thing that I hear is that the characters don't really have any relationships with each other even just as friends. And that is the thing that... And to be fair, some is because they've always cut their teeth on, frankly, Yaoi and Yuri, but even still... The relationships between the playable characters and not just to the main playable character is a big part of this game and what keeps it interesting. And that is what will always keep it from just being fan service. Yeah, roaded record, alright. I don't know, maybe they're just bad. Poor them. Now then, you're coming with me. We're going to track down Rumi the Sorcerer for my honor. Oh no, and also for the warriors who turn into Pakpakas. Enter the story within the painting. Wicked Wizard Rumi starts shape-shifting into an attempt to escape, and... I did not have enough time to read that. Weave. And Kinder says hot on the tail with the help of the Tormentosaurus companion. Wind current. Wind current to help Kuntur cross the river. Okay, that was simple enough. Put one there so I can fly over. Okay, Rumi transforms into Brand here, skipped Kuntur, but he won't lose him. Get past traps laid by the Wicked Wizard. Okay. There's a bit of a cooldown. And you... Oh, interesting. That timing is rather strict. Oh, okay. Huh. So he moves a bit forward and he can quip on the edge of that needle. Oh my goodness. That's tough. So he can jump, but for whatever reason the hero is somehow incompetent. Oh, what you do is you bounce him multiple times in midair to double jump and... Oh, okay. So what we have to do is bounce him at the edge of the ledge. The hero does not have plot armor. I don't think he has normal armor either. So we just bounce him over. Hopefully he doesn't take fall damage. Okay. Rumi Slides ever transforms into Capybara and does whatever, continue the chase from above, cross the waves, and oops! Okay. Yeah, as long as we keep quicking. Cool. Oh, but whenever we click nearby, it also shows waves. This is fun. Now we're on the other side. Gonna fight a monster at the end of this. Transforms a bird, soars up high in the sky. Quick catch up with him. Cross the cliffs and clouds. So actually, this is kind of like Flappy Bird, except he's not exactly quipping on the obstacles. Even though this is very... Yeah, slow Flappy Bird. Slow Flappy Bird with no vertical obstacles. Converts the Tormentosaurus, pets her up, passing the quad wires, and finally catching up to the Wicked Sorcerer. And do we go up here now, or... Wait. No, Chinese. Chinese Flappy Bird. Chinese weeb Flappy Bird. Every picture tells a story. We live the adventures of Kuntur. Alright. Get our chest. Tale of Kuntur added to the archive. Oh, and we got another ring fragment. This is actually Crimson for Quahakan. It's in Quahakan Cliff, even though this is very plainly for Night-Wind stuff. So it's about the area, not about specific chests. Interesting. Okay. And, it's up here that we escape into. And where will this take me? Guess we can move on to that island in the fog now. Right over here. So presumably that opened up afterward. Oh, ouch! Holy crap, Milani! We got sniped! Oh, you know, time to heal. That was one of the most wretched deaths I've had in a while. Yeah, was that Qucusaur from FaZe Clan? We got quickscoped. Oh my goodness. The Sock Hop? The fog on the sea is thickened lately, a worrying sign. Could that legend be true? What? Fair. Yeah, we got 360 no-scoped. Actually, we got 0 degree no-scoped. It didn't spin around or anything. A legend? Well, that depends on what legend you wish to hear, Outlander hero. 2 reasons been given for that floating island and the huge graffiti. One more akin to the story, and the other to a real legend. Would you like to hear Outlander Warrior? Let's hear the story. And there's always a romantic spin of stories. Oh, baby, a triple. Yeah, Mom, get the camera. There, the origin of the graffiti on the foggy floating island is part of the tale of Koiwar and Ukuku. I should read that in the archive sometime. Not now. It is said that the girl named Koiwar left a huge work of graffiti by the beach in order to contact her father's son. As in the son? Yeah, the actual son. Her father's son saw the graffiti from the sky and thus whisked her away from the earth. That's sort of how the story goes. It said the unsettling mist was bestowed by the Sun Father upon the people of the surface as punishment for stealing his daughter's power. Yeah. That's history. It's not be a legend or story. The rising fog is never a good sign. Outlander hero, that place is probably fraught with danger, so you must take care not to get too close. Alright, well, let's do it. The legends. Depends on what legend was to hear. Let's do the real one. Now, the real legend is for the real legend. It's said that a long time ago, there was an evil sorcerer who disguised himself as a Wyob, bewitched the heroes of the tribe. Later, the tribal heroes had to seal. Oh, nice! Wait, can or can't? To seal the pitch-black wicked wizard within that giant graffiti as to why the ocean surface has become like this. Say that that's good. It's exciting. Say that present is the moment when the evil wizard shall shatter the seal and escape its grasp. Well, in the end, it's good to have more people. Happy to have you. Never feel obligated. It's not be a legend or story. The rising fog is never a good sign. Yeah. Well, we gotta go over. Observe. Oh, okay, and it's just right there. Reminds me of the Elden Ring telescopes. Either way, want to see if the Great Night Spirit graffiti is remarked on the fact that we did stuff in that cave. Alright. Down over here, we got our little spot. It's actually really far away, honestly. Got any more power this time? What game? Well, among other things, I mentioned this already, but... Oh, the eye moves when you use a special sight, but nothing else. I hear it's very, very grindy. And very, very predatory. You can try it to see if you like it, but do not endanger yourself. Okay. Terror hidden stories from the past. Cavern. Imprisonment. So I guess they're not going to change their dialogue until we do everything. Well, I respect your bravery. I hope you do not suffer for it. Well, in that case... Oh, we got an Oculus right here. Let's hop on the camera. So we're going to swim out over to... It seems they're Kaholosaurs. Swim over to the island, or how do we get there? Yeah, exactly. The ability to play predatory Gasha without being eaten alive. Hopefully. Okay. So it does seem like we're just supposed to swim over here. And oh, these are... What are these ghosts? Kind of like in the Night Kingdom in the first patch's Archon quest. It's a little like Surami. Question mark, question mark, question mark. What if it was 4 question marks? I hear from the foreign lands. On guard, here be the pitch-black foe. The weak voice. Mystery of Tikko upon beach, unveil the secrets of the island within the fog. Rash ones from foreign land, please stay where you are. Menacing whisper. This is forbidden land of the tribe, and you may not trespass. Oh, so the menacing one's probably trying to get us to stay away so we don't fix things. Interesting. Admonishers records, and it disappeared immediately. Very legible words have been inscribed here. We've now hurry. This place is already must be worm deceptive bewitchment. Remember, do not look, do not look, do not look. There are some chaotic carvings. They illustrate the unsound mind of the engraver. It must seal only then. So presumably we're here to unseal whatever's sealed and then get rid of it for good. Yeah, I don't recall there being any rocks like that in Mondstadt. There were the engravings on the sundials, but the sundials had... Oh. The sundials didn't have slabs like that. It was just... You interact with a sundial that gives you the dialogue right there and then. It's honestly a little bit like the unmarked island in Mondstadt. I still wonder what, if anything, will eventually be up with that. We still can't really go inside Thousand Winds Temple. I know in first Windbloom you got slightly inside, but only a little. As in, any specific island for Inazuma, or just Inazuma in general? Rash Outlander, why you still linger here? This place is fraught with dangers encountered. Venture no deeper. Fair. Word break the seal, only then can you defeat the dark foe. Help me, that seal, it's very close. So blue being nice and red being bad is probably a... Okay, there's water here and we can't dive because it's not Fontaine. Probably the red herring that... Well, to be fair, if we go over here... If we were sent here by the graffiti, I imagine we're supposed to get here eventually. Alright. Oh, but I wonder if I can walk on anything with Oron to get a higher jump. Doesn't seem like it. Oops. Okay. So now we can... Yes, this is it. Only needs spirit speaking. But I cannot, apparently... Oh, if I line these up, maybe? And then... That's it, Outlander War. I didn't misjudge you, as expected you. Uh-oh. Bad news. We got tricked. Probably. Oh, the island's big. Bigger than expected. Really, why do you have to do that? You're breaking the seal once it's broken. Yeah, Oron's not a 5-star, but this island is. It's not too late to turn back. Some Nightsoul Warriors. Hurry, coming to the mountain summit, and that place is the next. Still not entirely on the map. What do you mean, pulling system? As in... Oh, now there's more around it, too. We have some guesses, and that's it. The main thing is... Oh. When you go to the... It probably has something to reflect to do with how the traveler and the sibling went into the world. As you look at... Oh... Meanings in Outworld 4... Looks a bit like a wish. The 2 stars are very plainly the travelers. This is Conria. And the Xbox, when they added this patch, explicitly saying that the Abyss sibling was basically brought in to harness abyssal power for Conria. Meaning, Conria summoned the travelers, and for whatever reason, wishing reflects how the travelers were presumably brought to the world. Maybe by somebody's wish. Whatever that's going to mean in context. Okay. Fair. In the end, what I really wonder is... What's going to be the circumstance under which the sibling ends up playable? Because there's no way they don't make the sibling playable. It's just a question of... Okay, but what's the justification? Are they going to be rollable? Are we going to get them for free? Or are they just going to be a palette swap of regular traveler, or have their own other abilities, or... I think the... Well, in that case, it might have something to do with constellations. That would be interesting. Oh, I wonder if there's going to be an obsidian totem on this hidden island, too. That could be interesting. But... Oh, as I was saying... I think this is my completely unqualified prediction for how the game goes after first act ends, what I imagine is the first act ending to that chapter, I suppose. Well, there's no way they don't keep the game going as long as possible. And even though the Travail trailer said this is Tevat chapter, I don't imagine there's ever going to be another planet. What I can imagine is different time periods in Tevat's history, going through memories in Irminsul or something like that. And I think I've mentioned this before, but the main thing for that to me is just the Traveler has powers similar, the sibling has powers similar to ours, and we will presumably reunite with them at the end of the initial game story. And then after that, okay, I can't get up there right now. So there will be more exploration mechanisms around here once we actually clear the island, so to speak. But, yeah, basically their turn to be the main character, and give a chance to make characters like Takamine, Kitsune Saigo, Sonora, for example, playable. I think I've mentioned before that Honkai 3rd did a somewhat similar thing. I'm pretty sure it was less of a past arc, not even a flashback arc, just some of it, if I recall correctly, was clones of people from the past, which is honestly pretty funny. But they did a past arc in their own kind of way. That I do know. But like I said, it would be one way to sort of, frankly, reuse what they already have, and also bring back characters from the past who are interesting but not really relevant right now. Yeah. I think that could be a good opportunity to have Archon forms, quote-unquote, of a lot of characters. Yeah, with alternative versions. Again, I do find it interesting that the game has gone on for a decent amount of time. We still haven't gotten a single ult. It's been going alright. We hit 200, which means I need to figure out what my celebratory karaoke is going to be, I think. It's good to see you again. How are you? I can put down multiple explosive barrels, but not much to do with them. Okay. In a Barbie world, it's fantastic, made of plastic. I guess it could be funny if I just did the Barbie movie soundtrack. Oh, because we got an object there. Oh my goodness. So you're doing... I know you went back for a comp sci masters, but... Oh. Are you doing machine learning stuff? Yeah. He's an intelligent man. I think he'll be alright. But... Oh my goodness, wow. So you learned how to make Wuthering Waves voice acting? That was a joke, because... Oh, the other guy right now, Puppy, he mentioned that, oh, we can blow this up with one of those Night Spirit barrels, presumably. How some of the Wuwa NPC stuff in English sounds like it might be AI. Yeah. Okay, and can I blow that up? Yeah, we blew that up. Are there any other rocks we can destroy like that are here, or... I guess that might have just been for Phlogiston. It's kind of sad. We are on an island shrouded by fog. As one does. So the Saurian... You've probably heard it already, but the gimmick here is, of course, the Saurians, and they all have their abilities. And the one right here is basically scan the environment and also get a big jump. It's pretty cool. And Chasca has... This gal has hit scan bullets. It's pretty cool. Oh, we already got... You made an updraft. Fun. Okay. So what kind of things did you learn in your AI unit for machine learning? When it's daytime on the foggy island, grab that and... Oh, the volcano's right there. Scan that to get a slightly higher super jump. Fun. It's one of the few things I do know about AI development is, frankly, the better an AI algorithm... Yeah, better an AI algorithm is, the harder it is to understand that the black box stuff is always better than anything that's actually meaningfully understandable. Which has some people have made a lot of hay about that. Usually people who, you know, AI ethicists, AI safety, for example. I'm sure they mentioned AI alignment. Did they ever bring up a guy named Nick Bostrom? Or have you heard of him yourself already? I just remember one of the things I like reading about drama, frankly. And there's a sort of a cult of the quote-unquote rationalists in the California area who are all about quote-unquote AI alignment, but also they're crazy people. Yeah, fair. But from what I hear, a lot of the things you give up on in no free lunch is the better the algorithm is at outputting actually, excuse me, results that are quote-unquote correct or at least useful, the harder its actual model is going to be able to understand. So I've heard. Yeah, exactly. Their Infinity Nikki came out the other day, which is another game made by Infold, which is, you know, basically high-quality, women-targeted gacha. And they claim to be a Genshin fan, so people are wondering, okay, was this actually a Genshin fan or someone trying to give Genshin bad publicity? Okay, so what? Is this just for a jump, or what was the purpose of this? Because this isn't letting us put anything down. Okay, I think this is literally just a jump. Huh. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so there's actually another destructible rock down there, and I guess I could use deer or maybe Shilin for it, because it is blunt. Maybe. Go over, get another barrel, and blow it up. Yeah. So that just hit me. No, Deep learning is generally about... You put in a bunch of training data, and that is the thing about AI, is that it can't really make anything new. It can only just create stuff based on what already exists. As I'm sure you've heard before. And... Oh! But it did use Python, okay. Oh, that's interesting. What is really interesting is the fact that the Saurians don't have teeth, and somehow they still drop fangs. You have to wonder where they're coming from. Okay. I guess if you want to be really silly, you could get all Tolkien and say, yeah, AI cannot create, it can only pervert what humans have created. Oh, that's right, we can just shoot the barrel and blast them. I guess that works. Come on. Well, it looks like it's going to be a little more difficult than that. Come on. That said... Fair. But the one thing that always gets me about AI, and you know, I don't like to get too political, but what I do find interesting is the culture war aspect behind a lot of AI. That, for a lot of people, not the Windows PowerShell, a lot of it is genuinely about sort of the idea that sort of the creation of art and humanities stuff is quote-unquote the purview of one's cultural enemies, and AI allows one to replace them, which maybe in some limited context, sure, but it does lend itself to incredibly dangerous discourse, I'd say. The Hilichurl is apparently doing absolutely nothing. I honestly... I'll have to come back here. It's getting late at night. I'm just gonna go up to the summit of the mountain like I'm supposed to and finish the quest. Come back here eventually. Yeah. So, Puppy Man, are you a comp sci guy? I, frankly, find myself in the position of often of being one of the less computer science-y people compared to the people I know. It's not that I haven't done any programming, but it's mostly limited to silly little gadgets. Oh, fair. It's not too late for you. I mean, Blaze is in his mid-20s and he went back to school. Oh, to be fair, he'd done something before, but... Okay. So where to next? Let me see. Oh, we have to go around. Okay. Interesting. And there's a chest right here. Thank you. It is interesting that my father is a lawyer. My mother used to be a lawyer. And both of them have said, please do not become a lawyer. But... So we've gotten up here. We scan anything, or I guess we just have to use a normal jump? That's fair. I will say, if you're gonna do PC gaming, you do end up learning a bit about how computers work along the way, even if you don't wanna. Well, it's tough, and my dad tries very, very hard to be ethical, and it is honestly kind of hard to make money as an ethical lawyer. If you're not in big law, you're not gonna be making crazy money. Just so, Outlander Warrior, we gotta merge the semicircles. So what's next? Time of day has changed? Maybe. So, yeah, where are we going next? Also, what are you doing, you reckless Outlander? Don't you know the consequences? I don't know, do I? Maybe. These dueling spirits. Quickly, these last two seals are made deep rock and upon overhanging heights. Have I gone in this area yet? Beneath deep rock. Been around this segment. Actually, no. Okay, they keep adding parts to this big island. The more seals we undo. See, I imagine the best way to handle things is to do the quest so that everything appears immediately. That's fair. Oh, so right here we blow this up. We use Oron to get inside. Yeah, I remember back in middle school, we had these iPads that we used for school stuff. And due to us doing some kind of classical, I forget what, they put Jetpack Joyride on it. And they said it was only time limited, it's supposed to be for a month. But they never actually forced us to take it off or went in to have us remove it. But at one point, so we kept it. At one point, I had to send it in for returns. And then after that, when I got it back, they had taken the liberty of getting rid of Jetpack Joyride. So I was less than happy about that. Just look and feel it right here. Chromebooks are... The existence of Chromebooks is legitimately criminal. So I imagine we have to... What do we have to show? Oh, we have to go up top to make this ladder graphic appear, I think. Okay. So to jump up top... Oh, goodness. Use them in conjunction. Okay. Oh, okay. Cannot actually get out of here. So how do we merge these paintings? You have to escape, or what? What specifically about F12? Okay. Oh, maybe I have to hop up top and get up high? And then try to merge this? I imagine that I probably need to actually leave the cave and get up top. Maybe. Oh, is in Inspect Element. Okay. Forgot what keybind that was. Yeah, I think everyone has to do something silly with Inspect Element at least once in their life. It's quite literally part of the modern human experience. Oh, okay, this... So we can't go down here. So can we merge these somehow? This is weird. What am I supposed to do with this? Oh, okay, when we see it from up here, we see a glowing spot, which presumably is where we need to stand to make it unseal. It's the top left corner. Yes, but also no. That, in almost all cases, Chasca is better in terms of distance and I think even height, except for if Wanderer can swirl Hydro. If you can swirl Hydro with Wanderer, he's better. But that is the specific circumstance. So it's from here. Or... Huh? Wait, so what even was that? I'll take it. Maybe it was just a mercy roll? I think it had to have been just going on top of the mural and seeing it from there. No, I've come no closer. I never thought I could get that panicked. Alright, Outlander Warrior. That is... A lot of this place uses the 3 torches in the 3 corners. I say this as someone who wishes the game had a more even gender distribution. But, no, I cannot let you proceed. Oh, they locked us in. But, generally speaking, they haven't made any guys bad. Wander was still the best exploration when he came out. They put out another guy who can fly. He's presumably going to be better than Chasca, because they only escalate from there. Alhaitham is still a top-tier DPS. Baju's still great for new Viet teams, although Chilonen is arguably better. She doesn't have the shield, though, which means no interruption res. I honestly can't... Sethos was not good. Auron's really good, though, and it's not just because of not-long mechanics. I wish they had more guys, but they don't put out ones who are bad. Guess we got out of here. If I get rid of you... Okay, we've opened it, and... Oh, so what I imagine is... If this torch is stuck inside here, we're gonna have to find some way to take this torch and run out. Yeah, okay. Now we can run under the door. There we go. Yeah. The one thing I would say that is really just quote-unquote Genshin male character privilege would be... Yeah, male privilege in Genshin. Finally. But is the Dragon Strike with characters like Diluc. But now that we have Zhang Yun, though to be fair you have to have Zhang Yun, didn't have to do this, I Nightsoul stuff him in his tracks. It's not mandatory now. There are alternatives to doing Dragon Strike attack. And in fact, Diluc's best team is now Zhang Yun, though to be fair, Zhang Yun is mostly just anyone who can plunge at all, as in anyone other than Isan Sartagli is going to be good with her inherently. Diluc is just really good because he has the highest base plunge modifiers in the game in the first place. So now we got more rocks. What if we smash this? Is this going to be anything eventually, or either way we can... Yes, now there is still the Outlander Warrior. Continue undoing the island seals. Now we can fly out of here. Well, the real crazy thing is that phones have more power than the computer used in the first Apollo moon mission. That's what really drives you crazy. Next one. Yeah. But And, you know, this just says that I actually need to read Dune. But, even as someone who generally is not a big fan of AI, it is good at floating isle. There, the funnel isle can be broken. Now I'm so close, I won't let you. Come, Outlander Warrior, come. Allow me to assist you. Oh, so it's this Ictomisaur. Is this Mahamba? But that, effectively, the real threat of AI is what people will use AI for. Like I said, the idea of using AI to sort of get rid of human creativity is something that can be used for economic benefit or just anything at all. Okay. That's something humans have to decide to do. It's not something that AI will do of its own accord. You know, as much as interesting as it is to talk about, you know, the whole paper clip maximizing robots is I'm sure you've heard of that before, the whole... Have you heard of universal paperclips? It's a very simple kind of cookie clicker-esque game that is intended to show AI risk. The idea behind is sort of, if you give a computer the goal to just maximize the production of paperclips and basically no ethics, it will end up destroying the entirety of humanity to use as raw material to turn into paperclips. Or at least that's what the idea is. It's not exactly based on much of anything other than, of course, speculation, because it's not as if we've had a truly intelligent AI. So how are we going to move this into place? Shattered zone restored completely quick with the seal. Sneaky if I pick this up and put it down here. Your Outlander Warrior, come over here. And right there, yes, that's it. Quick, just use your Spirit Speaking, which you can use as a general ability. Also, Blaze! Tomorrow we're doing, quick, come here quick, head to the center of the seal above the graffiti, and that's got the sigil. Tomorrow did you really think you could escape? Come on then. Tomorrow we're doing Lego Fortnite with followers. Meaning that if you have any interest, you could pop in for a bit. This was never about escape. This is the biggest difference. Well, check this out. Pop that in, because I don't have any full Genshin right now. So with this island totally restored, I wonder what its deal is going to be. Imagine we'll have one more fight here. Oh well. Oh, now I've got sucked in. Mimic Wild Manifestation is supposed to be able to quickly and completely take over the spirit within this puppet, corrupt the authority here. The seal gave me the perfect opportunity. Battle the Abyss corrupted Wild Manifestation yet at the last moment. Evil doer who once led countless priests away delusion's distortion. Come Outlander Warrior together with a true knight, save those night souls that have been led astray. And we can't really freeze you. Now we got this up here. Come on. And your cryo. Oh, that was a fake leak. There was nothing, no truth in that. Sorry to say. It would have been fun. I honestly would have liked it, but even if it would have meant crazy grind, because of course the main thing is, now we can freeze you. It would give the opportunity for a lot of characters like Amber and just characters who aren't good to get the opportunity for a third passive and get stronger. But of course, you can only hope for so much. Alright, and I got that shield. Some rip downs were summoned, and your shield's right there. This is actually a Night Spirit version. And there we are. Cool. Shoot. That was easy enough. Weakened Wild Manifestation, unless, were it not for your aid, Outlander Hero might have long been overwhelmed with our pitch-black foe. Honestly, going back with newer characters to older areas, especially Nightwind and Fontaine, people do talk about how different Nightwind characters do look compared to earlier characters, and that is true. But frankly, that started even with Fontaine. Which... And the thing about Nightwind is they kind of wrote themselves in the corner in that if they had done a sort of more stereotypical, quote-unquote, method of depicting, quote-unquote, a tribal culture, it would have gone over very, very badly. They were stuck between multiple bad choices, and frankly, they chose a very interesting one. And one thing I really do like about the way they depicted Nightwind is that it's a place that is simultaneously sort of vibrant and modern, but also traditional. That the Night-Wind quest we did earlier today contrasted with the Chasca Story Quest that I did yesterday, because both of them had to deal with sort of tribal leader characters who are very much about moving forward into the future, but it's not as if they were all about abandoning the past. At least not if they were good. Because Alpa was the gal who was the antagonist in the Chasca quest, and her whole deal was, oh, technology is so cool, let's totally replace our cool little Qucusaurus flying lizards with technological jetpack replacements, and that was explicitly bad. That was why she was the antagonist. Then there was Biram, the chief of the Night-Wind Fortune Tower dudes. His whole deal is, oh yeah, I want to reform things for the future, but not to eliminate tradition in the past, but to do stuff, you know, to improve upon tradition, not abandon it, but keep stuff in the past as we move on to the future. And it is very interesting how those two are thematic contrasts with each other. And I had a big argument with a guy I find really annoying. And he was all, oh yeah, something is something really offensive as a person, as someone. And it was really funny because he tried to establish that he had, and again, it's a little political, say that he had a standpoint, basically, you know, but it's not like he's not African, he's not South American, he's not even from any of the cultures that are not one is based on. Anybody said, oh, that calling them tribes is really offensive. They should have changed it to something like factions. And it's just, well, that's literally inaccurate. And, you know, the point of it being of a tribe is that it's got a long history that is largely hereditary. It's meant to be connected to literal families. There's something, frankly, for lack of a better term, genetic about it. And there are people who get adopted into it. There's the one guy from Inazuma who is a member of the Master of the Night-Wind who you meet in the stadium, but it's a tribe because it reflects a real-world tribe. And he was just sort of, oh yeah, but tribe is an inherently derogatory term. And it's just, well, there are, yeah, but the main thing is that he was getting offended on someone else's behalf in a way that was honestly very patronizing. Because one of the interesting things that not one does, and there's a lot to criticize about the colorism stuff. I mean, frankly, I say this is, you know, a man who gets horny, for lack of a better term. I wish they at least had more characters who are like Dia here. You know, imagine being so racist that you don't even want to see hot black chicks. I didn't say that. But as I was saying, they do a legitimately good job of displaying and being respectful to the actual legends of the culture. That, even though they have funny magic tech, they've got record discs, roller skates, and such, cool, funny magic technology, their life is still heavily informed by tradition. There are criticisms to the approach, but we'll get Yansan and Aoife. Though, of course, it looks like both of them are going to be 4 stars. Kaya and Xinyan are still going to be the most. Though, like I said, I do think there is a tendency to try to apply Western conceptions of race to other cultures' depictions. Which is why it's important to say that what's going on with this game is really more of a matter of colorism rather than racism. That's more informed by Eastern beauty standards that existed before they even really knew about the existence of, you know, for lack of a better term, black people. Yeah, what I do find interesting is that people do talk about, oh, the CCP doesn't want them to put black people in the game. Hoyo's Chinese. But it's, the whole thing with China's foreign policy is that they're trying to make Africa like them so that they have allies, not necessarily against the West, but that are not in and tied to the West. So if anything, the CCP would maybe prefer, I guess, quote-unquote, more diversity for the sake of soft power. It's a matter of the preferences of the Chinese gamer market, for better or worse. And there are things to criticize, but again, it's always very fraught to go in as someone outside of culture and come and fist swing and say, your culture sucks! Which is why I don't really do that. It's also because the game's intended to be more than a little safe for work, I would say. To suffice. But, as I was saying, it's an imperfect approach, but it's not malicious. It's a good faith attempt, and I think what you fall into the trap if you try to. There's a big difference between good faith and bad faith criticism, but it falls into this sort of question of, okay, at one point do you basically say there is no reason to try depicting any sort of controversial cultures at all because no matter what you do, someone is going to take legitimate, reasonable offense. Yeah, though that said, if the game had a subscription model instead of a gacha model, I think it could still be pretty good. As I was saying long ago, the tribespeople here were ensorcelled Enchanted by our enemy, and many night souls became entangled by the abyss. The seal's location, even the power of Night's manifestation, is slowly being chipped away. The seal severs all links to the outside world, yes, but with the source of the tribe's face also. It must be undone for there to be any fighting chance. Thank you, Outlander Hero. Yep, these are all the totems we've lit on by fighting the new mini-bosses. Night souls can find their way back to their dream home, avoiding the blight that grips the Lord of the Night's realm. Like again, it's the trade-off, the no free lunch, the devil's bargain. The game has incredible production values, but it comes from its predatory monetization model. That there are some things that you do kind of have to ignore sometimes. Though, to be fair, if you actually wail, the game gets easy enough to become absolutely boring. You have to get into abyss speedrunning and stuff like that to have any challenge. West to be able to return to the quietude of night. That all? Got new mail, I guess. Is that the end of this quest? Or the objective in this area? Ah, now we got that island visible. Yeah, exactly. Truth cannot be fabricated. Thank you. It's going to be interesting to check this island out later. Tezcatepetonco Bay. It's got one teleport point. That's cool. This, truth cannot be fabricated, help the real world manifestation fight off false enemies. So there are two little things I want to do. Two fog puzzles around here. And then the Night Spirit graffiti should be fixed, and I can get done with stuff today. Already gone a little later than I usually plan to, but I've been having fun. We've all been having fun. Had some good and interesting conversations. Don't think there's anything wrong with that. And yep, here's our colorless fog. Let's check this out. We're at the pale fog. Yeah, but what I will say is, it's interesting to think about it in comparison to something like Breath of the Wild, and honestly kind of Elden Ring. Typed Paimon? Oh, mistyped mistyped Paimon. Oh my goodness. But as I was saying, the thing with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is that they don't have a lot of interesting permanent rewards, and they use breakable weapons to ensure that there are still things to really do and grind for. Elden Ring has a lot of different kinds of weapons, though to be fair, a lot of them are kind of interchangeable. That said, the difference in hitbox and damage types does make up for it, which is cool. I guess what they could maybe do is just maybe use... If the game was a subscription model where buy once, well, for one, it'd be a lot smaller. For better or worse. There are advantages and disadvantages to their approach. But I imagine that character weapons would be found in-world. The main thing is that, oh, in Shenyu, around here, you can literally find, not here, cave over this way, I think. I don't think I can get that to pop up. Yeah, I can't get it to pop up, but there's a cave that literally has an in-world version, of course I can't pick it up, of Shenhe's special spear. And all I could think of was, if this game was a subscription model or a buy-once model, that is plainly how you would get it. Activate that. Okay. Space of Splendor. Struct yellow and can hit this to move it around. So they say. Maybe? How am I going to move you? Path ahead has lost its color, cannot proceed. So what? Oh, it's going to be a yellow path, meaning we take the yellow paint. Toss the yellow paint there. Or... Oh, do we have to toss it between these areas, or... Can you pass through the colored space? Yes, you can pass through the colored space. I appreciate that. That's an incredible compliment, because it is something I attempt to maintain. Back in high school, and I have to mention this every now and then when people comment on it, I did do a public speaking activity. I did speech and debate. Okay, we can push that along. Thank you. What if we push you back the other way? Is that going to end the path? That concludes the path. I was not part of student council, but I did do speech and debate. I had an ill-informed attempt at running for student government right at the end of my tenure as a student. It didn't go well because I just hadn't done any of it before. Oh, what you have to do is probably... There doesn't seem to be any response. We have to color that last rock, but in order to pick up that hued Monitu, we have to do it while it's moving. Well, not while it's moving, but while it's over here, because if we move it out of the way, we will have it dissipate in the colorless area. But I did do speech and debate. I did okay-ish. I got good at the end, but it took time for me to get good. But my sister did it after me. She was even better than I was. To be fair, she had a lot better practice, and also... It's one of the missed puzzles. And in the end, there's only so much you can do without sort of trying to toss the blame away. But my social development as a human individual was more than a little affected by the fact that when I was 8, almost 9, we moved across the country. It severed a number of my social bonds. Yeah, in the end, life is about finding your strengths and being the best version of yourself, not trying to be anyone else. But I'm sure you've heard that already. Stone tablet emits gray ash 1. Okay. Stone tablet eroded by the passage of the long years. The writing is now blurred. The patch that remain now islands of clarity amid a blurry sea. Ever since the sacred flame cleansed the pitch black flow, the remaining embers floating like clouds, Ochkanatlan canning the sea, afterwards covered by the flowing ashes. And that's the sort of Natlan Enconomy area out of this patch up north. Destroying all colors, even the looking tendrils of flame cannot be lit here. Not even the high priests of the Masters of the Nightwind could deal with a disaster. That is the purging of color. Interesting. There's one more of those over this way, and once we've gotten that done, the big graffiti over here should be restored to its full strength. What I will say is, all human progress comes from autists and schizos working together. When society, the balance swings too far towards one or the other, that's when society falls apart. You need cooperation. Oh, she didn't die. Thank you. I gotta be a little crazy sometimes. Keeps things interesting. So this one does not have any color on it. Can I break this? Can I move this? Moves that out of the way, so it's about clearing the path. So now we can actually... No, that we just had to interact to activate it, and shooting it's what moves it along. Okay, I've been sleepy. Oh, we got more primos. Again, next patch they're adding Sotlali and Malvika. I've already got... Ooh... About 270 rolls saved up, actually. So that'll be nice. Well, what that means is that's your strength. And that you can try to get better at things you might not consider yourself as good at, or you can stick to your strengths. Well, mostly I've gotten lucky. As I was saying... Oh, I got some gift cards as prize rewards from work. Just give us Amazon gift cards. And it's just, what am I going to do with those? Honestly, what's most likely is I turn them into iTunes credit and use it to, I don't know, get crystals. It's just, I have cash. What am I going to use that cash for? I mean, buy a house once the housing market crashes or something. I'm literally waiting for the housing market to crash before I think about buying a house. So you're not going to stop over here. We activate this. So I presume we have to change one of these.
Yep.
What do we got to activate? What colors do we need to change these to? Except, I'm kind of a ramen snob. I like very specifically high quality ramen. There's actually a pretty good ramen place around where I am, which is nice. And there we are. So had to make it red, blue, and yellow. Holy crap, it's Pokemon Generation 1 in English. And that's all. And that should mean the Night Spirit Graffiti's finished. You know, I could go fight some more enemies. It's not impossible. Tezcatepetonco Path, Fence of Discovery. Do always need to do some daily missions. And these no longer move. I do not have any standard pulls available right now. And it is really funny, because I do honestly want Dia's C2, because it extends her uptime and actually makes her a decent off-field pyro, at least for, say, Kinish and Milani, who don't need fast app as long as they have some app. But, and we can't get that out anymore, because it's in its place with the other 5 rocks permanently. But as I was saying, I've been winning a lot of 50-50s, and this is going to sound like real suffering from success. They did a couple days ago, and I immediately bought and rolled those blue fates. So tablet road by the passage of the long years, the writing is now blurred, the patches that remain now islands of clarity amid a blurry sea. By day the stage is in white engraved. Golden inscriptions, Phlogiston engravings, like glowing rings upon the stone dragon. As in glowing rings on the dragon, or engravings on the dragon like the glowing rings, that's a bit ambiguous. You must all pay respects to the stone dragon, venerating daily, only then can hereafter the priests so executed their duties, and Cinder City was never again covered by the remaining ash. Oh, so the little dragon statues are what they were referring to, and the golden patterns are what restore the color in the colorless space. That's fair. In the end, it's not a huge deal. The main thing is, of course, rolling is the only real way to get that, best way to get that Stardust. So, it does eventually become self-sustaining, but of course you need to have the resources for it. So that should mean the funny big graffiti is powered back up. Did the 2... Yeah, exactly. As long as you have enough to get who you want, it's really not a huge deal. But of course, that's when things get difficult. Are you powered back up now? I can sense it, O Outlander Hero. I can sense all that you have done. A mighty feat indeed, O Hero. The corroded powers now return to the realm of night. I can hear the night souls rejoice. Take these as your recompense, Hero. For those who achieve greatness should not lack reward. So this is the equivalent of their quest chain, though there was only one actual quest. The 2, which was this one, the 2 puzzles, and the cave with its sort of Flappy Bird minigame, and it was a Flappy Bird minigame, were just objectives. Oh, and of course, getting so close to full-on artifacts. I should spend some time tomorrow off-stream just getting rid of trash. Still have not leveled Hazo. But anything, that's good. Yeah. The artifact strongbox minigame. Oh, and we got another purple obsidian fragment. A purple, and we got crimson. Not red, but crimson. And, because it was yellow, green, and azure. Not blue, but azure. Though, to be fair, I guess they couldn't have one be blue, so they had to have Cryo be purple, and Hydro be azure, because Hydro and Cryo are technically both a kind of blue. As in, an optimal stopping problem, maybe? Sort of, at what point is an artifact good enough? I suppose so. Yeah, you know what? I got 5 domain runs I can do real quick, and then there is this patch's flagship event. Well, that is 9 more days. But of course, if I'm running into... They gave a free welfare sword. It's decent. It seems to be good for Pyro Traveler. And it gives you buffs when you've got a shield up. Which makes me think that... Basically, it's always supposed to be a Pyro Traveler support, but I don't have enough to level it right now. Need more materials from the new Abyssal Mimic enemies. Interesting. So is it going to be fantasy? The one thing that interests me is... Whenever you talk about stories, dialogue, dictation, it's, you know, you see one of those kind of bell curve memes where it's sort of really smart and really dumb people think the exact same thing, and people of sort of medium intelligence are the ones that differ. It what that reminds me of is that both very good and very bad prose tends to use a decent amount of repetition. It's sort of a matter of... Repetition is a very strong narrative, well, linguistic device as long as you're doing it deliberately. It... As in, a really good song or a really good poem is going to have deliberate repetition as a way to connect into itself, but so is a bad one, but for entirely different reasons. It's interesting to think about how that works. And we totally missed the opportunity to hit. Okay, but I think one thing that shows is that progress is not entirely linear. That it's not a matter of monotonically getting different as you get better. And it's a little similar with music in that back in high school, with Dom actually, who's a guy I used to do some Minecraft stuff with, we were both in our high school's jazz band. He was a really talented drummer, actually. Though, for reasons of generally being busy, he has not had an opportunity to drum stuff in a while. Oh, quotation, yeah. Makes sense. But one interesting thing with Viewpoint is... Oh... Dialogue not in that sense. Because have you heard the term stream of consciousness? It was pioneered by James Joyce, who... One of these days I do need to sit down and actually read. I was in Ireland some years ago for a school trip. I picked up Dubliners. I wanted to get Ulysses, and my dad basically said, you're not old enough to actually understand it yet, so don't. But, essentially, in Ulysses by James Joyce, which is famous or infamous for being quote-unquote the most difficult novel in the English language, most of the prose is very fragmentary, or there aren't a lot of clean breaks between characters and dialogue. It has a sort of dreamlike feeling. It's named Ulysses because it's sort of mapping a day in the life of a man in Ireland to sort of the journey of Odysseus or Ulysses in the Odyssey. But of course it's silly and weird and kind of modernist, or maybe even postmodernist, because, well, 20th century writing. But the main thing is that the difficulty of understanding it was a deliberate narrative device, and it became known as stream of consciousness. He was believed to be its originator. If you ask people who said, who pioneered stream of consciousness in writing, they'd probably say Joyce. But like I said, I got a copy of it. Oh. Well, the best way is to find things that you like and enjoy, and take things you like, take as much as you can without plagiarizing. It is said, good artists borrow and great artists steal. There is no way for something to be entirely original, and if something was entirely original, it would probably suck, because it would have meant that it would be completely unable to learn any lessons from anything anyone else had done. The most important thing is being respectful of one's influence and creating something that is actually good. Okay. It is very plain that Genshin is based off of Zelda and Dark Souls, a great many number of things. It's got some Fate in there too. And it wears its heart on its sleeve. It does not pretend to not be based on them. But it still has its own unique identity in spite of that. But it's influenced by those things. Because one, there is really no way to avoid influence. It's just a matter of how much you take. And two, of a juncture. I see that word juncture. Makes me think of pretty much entirely unrelated, but one of the companies or bodies in, pretty sure it was the government actually, in The rule of the game, Katana 0. The government's called Juncture. But since it's a cyberpunk setting, it's more or less sort of corpo government, I think. Okay, I got a bit of time. How many of the Tenebrous Mimiflora can I kill in 10 minutes? I need their leaves for the sword. Abyssal monsters that curl up like leaves. Critters of this realm, they are able to extract shallow memories from the earth and briefly recreate the images within by drawing upon the power of the abyss. Steampunk gets a bad rap, and I will confess it's not my favorite. But one of the things about it is that people often criticize that it uses the name punk, but generally it doesn't have a lot of, frankly, social criticism in it. That one of the... Oh, biotech. One of the general aspects of, say, cyberpunk and lesser-known punk genres like eco-punk or solar punk, which you may or may not have heard of, is that there's always a bit of implicit social critique in them. That, especially when they relate to sort of moments in history, such as the near future or far future, it's intended to discuss sort of what would a future society look like. And honestly, who doesn't? It is really cool. Though, of course, I am not exactly in a rush to cybernetically modify myself. There are dangers. But steampunk is generally based on the Victorian era, and that does lead to a lot of interesting ideas, because, for example, the early Victorian era that's the Industrial Revolution, it is the genesis of modern capitalism. But, and to be fair, a lot of it is just everything gets commodified, no matter how much of an interesting critique it's going to have. But, oh... And to be fair, I haven't engaged with a lot of steampunk. If you gave me some interesting steampunk to engage with, I'm sure I would enjoy it. But it's just... Oh, all those functionless gears on clothing tends to sort of raise some questions. But, like I said, yeah, it's... What makes quote-unquote punk genres interesting is implicit social critique. Okay, so if this one is a Ruin Guard, can I shoot it? Can I immobilize it? Oh, they are entirely just mockeries, which means there is no ability to immobilize. Oh, they don't even have the glowing eye. They are entirely invulnerable to the normal weak point, which, honestly, that's kind of a bother. They're mimicking only their strengths, not their weaknesses. That's a bit of a bother. Sorry, Leaf Coil. Another one right here, and of course, well, we don't have any real way to go other than hit it until it stops moving. But as you can see, they have a weird sort of white pseudo-shield that builds up instead of down. And that has to do with the number of hits dealt to them. What about it specifically? What I do find... Oh, and it has to do with the number of hits, which means if you can use... Oh... Burning reactions are just characters with lots of hit counts, like, say, Chasca right here. Also, they take bonus shield damage from not one character's Nightsoul damage, which, again, is kind of scummy. It's actually pretty darn scummy. But it does make burning actually good for something, which is really nice. Because without it, burning is literally good for nothing. Because it just deals a lot of hits in a short amount of time. So Chasca's good at this, but so is Kinich, the not one DPS who also deals a good amount of hits, but mainly is just sort of use burning with him and his damage gets better. But I saw Capoeira's Megalopolis, about a month ago when it came out in theaters. A couple months now. And one of the ideas behind it was sort of biotechnology, but since Kappa was not a STEM guy, it was more about a metaphor for the meaning of art. It was an interesting movie, I wouldn't call it good. The main thing is that the main character, played by Adam Driver, does not really have flaws. Or at the very least, they're not supposed to actually be criticisms of him. Oh, that's interesting. That kind of reminds me of how, oh, and in the Shadow Generations game, part of the new Sonic Generations remaster, they explicitly say that since Shadow is part alien, that he should be able to turn his arm into a gun. So now you're up. Because the aliens he is connected to explicitly do have biotechnology, that all their weapons are morphed from their physiology. Oh, hello! So, this should be a much better time for you to say hi. How are you doing? I am unfortunately just about to wind down, but it is really nice to see you. We were talking about science fiction. Okay, oh, damage, and that's attrition, not good. But Puppy Man was talking about how he wants to make sort of steampunk with biotechnology. And I was talking about how, okay, we can shoot you out before we get that going, and there we are. One of the things about steampunk to me, for better or worse, is that, say you look at cyberpunk genres and other sorts of punk genres, and a lot of the interesting things I have about it is using technology and speculative fiction as a method of social critique or social imagination. And in my experience, I haven't seen a lot of that with steampunk, which is sad because it's based around Victorian. Oh, interesting. So it's kind of alt history, sort of. Because if they're going to have space travel there, that would make it alt history, yeah. But with steampunk, it's based on the Victorian era, which is the start of the Industrial Revolution. There's a lot of interesting social critique territory to explore there that generally doesn't get a lot of play. That would be really, really cool. Again, it's just, you know, maybe if I'm that perturbed, I should just write something myself. Yeah. But like I said, the suffix punk tends to imply a sort of hard-edged approach. Not necessarily cynical, but a little hard-edged. But with steampunk generally, because cyberpunk is all about sort of near-modern capitalism. The corporations have taken over the world, and we all need to eat puppy chow to survive. Yada yada. Well, with steampunk, and a lot of it is just, I don't know, the fact that it became a silly fashion trend in the... Oh... Well, I guess silly might be a bit mean. It became a bit of a fashion trend in the 2000s and 2010s a little. It didn't have the same sort of hard-edge critique that a lot of cyberpunk tends to have, though to be fair. It's not as if cyberpunk didn't get commodified eventually anyway. Like I said, dealing with early Industrial Revolution stuff is a really cool idea. It's a really cool territory, but again, just commodification and all. I haven't heard about anything that really does that. Well, thank you for hopping in. Yeah, if you want to do Lego Fortnite with me tomorrow, you should probably get a bit of sleep. Frankly, I should too, but I have, what, I don't know, a few more of these leaf guys to kill. Can't imagine that'll take much longer. But yeah. Thank you very much. Good night to you too. Yeah. I wouldn't say there are any genres that are bad. And most of the sort of quote-unquote sins really do have to do with commodification. Thank you. Oh, do not kill me, please. Come on, please don't kill me. That's a Nightsoul hit. And now they're gone. I guess we could get this chest too. Chasca is very strong. I guess Nuviet is kind of true too. Although him having the Biden blast kind of makes it more difficult for it to get old. But just the fact that Chasca really is just point and shoot. It's going to be nice to get a more involved DPS eventually, hopefully. Night-Wind Architecture mundane way. Again, I wonder, what is Capitano going to be like when he comes out inevitably? Maybe not during Na'Lan, but it's just, let's be real. There is no way Capitano does not come out eventually. Maybe it's not now, maybe it's later. But everyone likes Capitano. Everyone likes Capitano. Must ensure that they never awaken again. Wait, you agree, do you not? Okay, this starts a quest. I don't want to start a quest. I think that's my cue. So... Oh... I would feel bad to hop out without at least a little bit of conversation. So, how are you doing right now? Any interesting events, for better or worse, that warrant discussion? Like I said, you know, maybe one of these days I should wake up early and just do something at 7 a.m. my time. For people who really, really just get screwed over by time zones. I don't know. But got a good amount of stuff done. Which on. What I should do is see how many weaves I can craft real quick. That kills some time. 32. That's decent. Do we want a refund? We want to try to get double crafted. I like the appearance of these objects. It is very interesting that everything Abyss is very plainly meant to basically be Quantum from Star Rail. We haven't heard a single name drop, though, of Imaginary and Quantum in-game yet, and honestly, it's uncertain whether they'll actually be elements beyond the initial 7. But of course, if they don't add any more elements raises the question of what they'll do with Dainsleif. Okay. This should be good. Yeah, that's not costing too much. I think we should be able to get this to 90, which of course is good now, because once the Spirit-Seeking event ends, we won't have more. We won't have that 1.5 times bonus too. Weapon experience. So we need 18 leaves. Do I have enough? I don't think I do. So one more go at this should be... If I get a single bonus, that will be enough. 20. Oh, that's good. So is that enough? My brain is running out of my skull. Yeah, okay. So that's just enough to get this sword to 90, which... Honestly, it seems like it's going to be a Pyro Traveler weapon. Sort of on-field DPS Pyro Traveler, because this C6 is Pyro Infusion. Lantern Rite is late January or early February, because it's meant to coincide with Chinese New Year / Lunar New Year. It's going to be next patch, which is why they're adding Lanyan as a leeway 4-star. Because Mavic and Sasali are taking up 2 5-star spots. Need someone leeway. So that'll be nice, but it does mean that... Oh, presumably we're not going to actually be able to get... Well, there are some rumblings that they're going to change how new banners work, at least for next patch, so that... They say that apparently, and they is the leakers who take them with a grain of salt, Satwali and Mavica are both going to be up from the start of the patch, and they're going to be up for the whole patch. And halfway through, they're not going to be taken off, they're just going to add 2 reruns, so at that point 4 will be running concurrently. And whether that's going to be a permanent thing, who knows? I think there's a non-zero chance that it's done so that when they give us Lantern Rite rewards at the end of the patch, people will be able to use them to roll for Satwali and Mavica, which would be oddly player-friendly. You would think that maybe they'd want to make their banners end before, so you can't use Lantern Rite rewards. Though I guess maybe the backlash would be kind of crazy, and it would be justified for it to be kind of crazy there. But next patch is going to be Lantern Rite. It's also going to be Mavica, Satwali, and Lanyan, so... We had that to look forward to, and then presumably 5.4 will be the volcano. Then there's a big placeholder island over here that will presumably be Marajavari. I don't think I've told you yet, but signs point to us meeting Enjo again in Marajavari. As when he shows up in Chasca Story Quest, they mention that he's looking for the Marajavari, which is confirmed in Natlan as of last year when they added Talking Stick to Battle Pass, and it talked about Marajavari being in Natlan. And also when he shows up in the new event, well, they don't name him, but it's plainly him. Sorry if that was a spoiler. They establish that he is looking for the Marajavari. So I imagine it's going to be 5.4 Volcano, 5.6 Marajavari. It's going to be like some area where the patch is just all areas for Natlan. I don't know, maybe they might actually add a new area permanently in 5.8 instead of just adding a temp area. Some people say that Simulacra felt kind of final for a number of reasons. including the fact that it has items from the previous 3 limited time maps in its hidden little pocket on the floating island at the endgame of the area. But, I don't know. I guess that would be nice, especially if they could add Dormant Port and Varka, and we go up to Snezhnaya through here. Because Liban last patch mentioned Nodecry as a trading city in Snezhnaya that we'd presumably start our journey in Snezhnaya in. But the question is, okay, is it in the east, or is it in the west? And, oh, we actually saw the edge of the map. Because there's also placeholder terrain up over here. So it might be that part of Snezhnaya is less icy and more, I don't know, steppe. Given that it is Eastern Europe, which does include, say, Hungary, maybe a bit of Eastern Asia with Tajikistan as well, because that is sort of in the Russian cultural sphere too, for better or worse. And it could make sense, yeah. We go from Nagwan, get sail past Ochkanatlan or up through here, get to Nodecry over here, sweep up through the rest of Snezhnaya, maybe back down to Mondstadt, which could make some sense, because one of the most interesting things is the content beta test map that leaked from before the game even came out has remained remarkably accurate to how the game turned out. One of the things mentioned is that there was a black castle in the northeast, north of Mondstadt. So if the game map basically sweeps clockwise through Snezhnaya, that puts them in perfect position to sort of, I guess for Conria Chapter, put in a final Mondstadt expansion for Sussy Mondstadt. It's the Black Castle. You go underground here to Conria because the big Conria door is under here. Right over here. And Kaya's hangout, which I haven't done, confession to make, states that Conria is under Sumeru. Which is also why some people say that the reason that this area is so blank is because it's going to cave in or something and be our way to Conria, and the reason there's nothing there is because they're going to nuke it eventually. I don't know. I think there's a chance it's just they didn't want to put chests there, but they had to fill it in somehow. Who knows, really? It's still funny how tiny Petrichor is. Yeah, Nostoy region, it's a tiny island. And this underwater castle, but who's counting? But again, it's just the real question for Endgame is, are Conria and Celestia going to be separate patch cycles? Is Conria even going to be its own patch cycle? Yeah. Is Endgame going to be 1, 2, or even 0 patch cycles? Maybe even 3. I don't know. But it's crazy to think that Conria is in fewer than 2 years. Celestia in 3 maximum, I would imagine. It's really wild when you think about it. Either way, I think I apologize that my timing was so poor. I will consider ways to serve you better in the future. Maybe. We'll see what I can do. But it was good to see you, even if our contact was a bit constrained. Finishing touch. Restore the power of the giant work of graffiti on Tezcatepetonco Range. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, thank you again. See you around, Sanaragan. If you can pop in tomorrow for at least a little, maybe and play some Lego Fortnite, that would be great. Don't push yourself. Sanaragan.